Give me 1 second, guys. Right as I started the stream here, I got a text from a student, so I need a second. All right. So, where are we at here? Let's go switch over and creep on Ranger real quick. Ranger's coming on. Hey, while I'm sitting here working on stuff, I'm going to leave the Socratic Linux up here running. So we're going to have questions that are going to pop up and ask questions and walk through maybe some things about Linux. This thing's going to be automatically running over here in PowerPoint. And then I just got the notes down here that are kind of like the cheats or the answers. So we'll be doing that. I'm also going to be, as we're talking and working on stuff, I'm going to be setting up for Unit 7 of our security engineering course. So I'm going to be copying some stuff and making some stuff as I do that. Let me see if I can. So I'll be working on that a little bit, and I'll be pulling those up kind of as we go. Let's call that 7. Get rid of those. Just got to figure out what I'm going to name it for this week. So Unit 7 is... If anybody's got any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just kind of in build mode right now. I do got to check something right here, though. Unit 7 is monitoring and alerting, so that's going to be the name of my lab. And monitoring. Monitoring and alerting. All right. So, what are we doing today? Just kind of hanging out, talking shop, working on whatever we want. I am pretty much done. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty much done with work for the day. I was just reviewing some stuff with somebody a little while ago, talking about, we were doing an Ansible playbook for a bunch of changes in the environment. That it's an environment with 2,600 nodes on each side, so we had to make sure that everything looked correct and was accurate for what we needed to do. So that's kind of something I just got done with. What else have I been doing? Mostly working on systems stuff, making sure that all my systems are properly monitored at work. That's always something I do as an admin and an engineer. Make sure that everything is being tracked properly and that kind of stuff. So that's something I've been working on. We just started a new quarter at the college this week, so I've been pretty busy with that. And then on the side of going to school, I just got access to my college classes last night. So I actually have some college work to do later for myself. Some discussion posts and that kind of stuff. So I'll be working on that. Other than that, so the first question's up. And if you guys have never used the Socratic method, the way it works is that you basically ask yourself questions. You pull up a terminal and you say, can I figure this thing out? Do I know how this thing that this is asking me works? So I come over here and maybe I pop this up and I say, all right, you know, I'm in like a Rocky 19 server here. And I say, can I list the number of CPUs in this box? Like, what's the commands that I would use to get at this? And you're not trying to trick anything. You're not trying to, you know, it's not see who's the smartest person around. It's, can I do these basic tasks? And if I don't know how to do them, why don't I know that? And then what do I need to do to fix that, right? So a lot of times Socratic is just kind of a back and forth between you and a group or you and an instructor or whatever. You know, there's different methods of doing the Socratic method, but the main, or the I guess you could say different modalities for it, but the main way that we do it is to just ask ourselves questions. You know, can I do this? Can I do that? And some of us do this very quickly, you know, like we understand it or we've been doing this a long time. And then for others of us, if we're trying to get into the Linux field, we just got to sit around and practice it. So how can you list the number of CPUs in a box? Well, one of the easiest ones is nproc. But then maybe if that's not there, lscpu might be able to give you some info. It'll show you that there's 2 CPUs in the box, right? There's our 2 sockets right there, boom. And also give us a bunch of flags and other information that will also help us later. But yeah, we can see that. We could also, an old way that I used to do it back before back before I knew that you had nproc as a command, or back when I was even using systems that didn't have nproc, you could do that, and you could wcount-l to just count them up for you. So let's say you have 32 and you don't want to count them up. There you go. There's 32 of them. Or sorry, there's 2 in this case, 2 in this box. But can we count the number of nodes? Yeah, absolutely we can. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Let me go. I need to do a shout out to somebody real quick. Let me do. We got a nice raid, so in case you guys have never heard of Chris Titus Tech, he raided us yesterday. It was a pretty big raid, so thought I'd give him a few shout outs when we're live again. So if you guys don't follow him, you should probably check his stuff out. I think he was doing Linux, and that's probably why he found us on the science and whatever channel, science and technology, whatever the hell they call this channel. I don't even know anymore. But yeah, give him a follow if you don't already. He seems to do some pretty high-tech stuff, so that's good. At least looking around in spaces that are similar to ours. So the next question is, can you tell me the speed in megahertz? So you're down here and you're just answering questions for yourself. Can you tell me the speed in megahertz? Yeah, we got some commands. dmessage, lscpu, catproc CPU info. One of the best things you could be doing if you were just watching this or working here is you go to Killer Coda, and you could just jump in any one of the labs. There's labs all over the place, but just go get in a lab like one of these sandboxes and just run these commands right in a sandbox, right? You could be in this scenario in Ubuntu right here if you guys wanted. You could just be working on whatever. So something to think about, like something especially if you want to get better at Linux. And I tell you guys all the time, if you struggle doing command line stuff, the best way to get good at it is get down in there and do command line stuff. Then the next levels of that are the things that I try to help you guys with more around here, which are the getting into doing it professionally, which is, these are our sysadmin type tasks for our course, our security engineering tasks for the security engineering course. These are the other things I do, but this is like the base things we need to know as an admin and an engineer, right? So these are like command line basics over here, kind of. So can you tell me the speed in megahertz of a CPU or a set of servers that you went to? Yeah, you guys should be able to do that. Here's the commands right here. The ones that I know. There's probably even more, right? This is also one of those that's open-ended. There could be multiple answers. In fact, every time we do this, I add more to these when people show me more. We had a pretty good one this last time, or a few times ago when we did it, was this Python one, right? Pretty sure this will work in my home lab. You could drop that on there, and it would print out the number of CPUs that you had. You just import multiprocessing as MP, and then print the CPU count. And there's probably a bunch of other things I could get out of there too. There's probably maybe even CPU underscore speed, maybe, possible. If not, we could probably go and print out all the things. But the point is, you have these things that you can go and mess with in there, right? So something to play with. But can you tell me the manufacturer of the chip? So what's the manufacturer of the chip? Might be something like LSCPU again. That'll give us information about who made the chip. Probably right up here near the top. Probably with the model name right there. There we go. A lot of answers in LSCPU. A lot of answers in catproc CPU info as well. And then this is one, I didn't even know about this one, ls show, and then look for, I think this is a command that's not always there. I think sometimes we have to, so DNF what provides LSHW. LS hardware, I think is what that is. And then it's its own command, so DNF install LSHW. You'll put it on this node. Remember, my nodes are stateless, so if you see me install it one time and then come back and it's not there, it's because I use stateless nodes, right? Oh, we don't need that anymore. There you go. So there's information about the manufacturer of our chip. You can see information about it right there. Good info there. All right. What else was I doing? Also, a bunch of people messaging me or something. Not sure what's going on over there. Hold on. Not really sure what's going on down here in the Discord, but let me show you guys this about the Discord if you do choose to join it. There are things going right now. So we've got events running right now of people working on the security engineering stuff. So they're actually down there actively working right now on passing the labs and understanding the components and talking through it, which I think is an invaluable type of thing. Adam Verk over on YouTube. Hey, how's it going? We are not working too hard today. We're just kind of asking ourselves some questions and walking through doing some Linux stuff. We were talking about can you tell me the manufacturer of the chip, and I think we did that. Can you tell me the architecture of the chip? Same kind of thing. And then a big one for this is uname-m. Uname-m will show you some good stuff there. But then we've got all the different stuff that's kind of going on. And I told some of you guys, or some of you guys know if you're around, my wife is out of town until Sunday, so she went back to Philly, and so I'm just going to be on my computer messing around all weekend. Go from work to school to just messing around, right? This is what I do when I'm left to myself. So we're going to be working in the home lab. We're going to be making sure our systems are up. We're going to be, I got some other stuff to do. So let's start cleaning up while I'm sitting here. I'm going to clean up some of my labs here while we're doing other stuff. So we'll let that keep running. You guys can keep answering those questions for yourself if you want. All right, enable content. Let's go get rid of the things that we don't need for this week anymore. So this was a funny slide, but we don't need it anymore. And then this was a funny slide, but we also don't need that one anymore. And yeah, we're in unit 7 now. So let me save that. Let's go up here. And it'll be security unit 7, because that's what I'm going to be on. And last week and last week review will go away. And then this week will become last week. Right? And then overview will be last week review. Right? And then these two will get copied. That's super annoying. So we'll just go ahead and duplicate that one. I don't know why there's a problem with that. This one will get duplicated. Move it down here. This will be this week. And this week we'll have 2 topics. We'll go make those topics here in a little bit as I'm working on this. Next question is, can you tell me the architecture? Oh, I think we're still on that one. And then this one will be monitoring. Monitoring and alerting. So we're going to go pretty deep in on that. Also, another thing we're going to do while we're at it, can you tell me if the system is physical or virtual? How much you go check to see if a system is physical or virtual? That's a good question. And then this will be topics or overview. And then when we finish overview, we'll copy it and go all the way down to the bottom and make that the review. So that's kind of my workflow there. In case anybody's kind of wondering how my workflow looks when I'm doing these. We're going to clean all these up, and we're going to actually pull in some stuff from one of my other presentations. So there's an old saying about good writers borrow, great writers steal. I'm going to steal from myself here shortly. This will be the 7th class meeting. And then reminder that we're doing an annual virtual conference. It'll be good. Uh-oh. Getting a message from somebody. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hold on. Give me a second here, guys. Hopefully this person doesn't want to join in the huddle. I've got somebody that messaged me from one of my customers, but we're not normally. Give me a second here. Gotta answer this real quick. I'm always interested in whatever's going on over here. All my work comes from this left side of my screen over here, so give me a second. Good old Slack. I don't know how much any of you work in operations or a lot of my stuff is set up in new builds, so I'm working out of Slack with probably, I don't know, maybe even close to like 10 different companies that can Slack directly to me because I'm connected into them in some way. After adding the discs, it is stuck in emergency mode. Oh, let's see. Have you able to get in and check? Be commented out and then. Alright, hold on. Rebooted the head node, and the disks are stuck in emergency mode. That's always scary. Let's see, just show this one. Oh yeah, that's 100%. Hold on a second, guys. I might have to troubleshoot a disk booting, or not allowing a boot. Hold on. Oh wow. Oh shoot. Where the hell is that? Oh, where the hell does that mount that? Hold on. Gotta look something up real quick. 8. And what's the name of that mode? I'm trying to remember something that I can't remember because it's from rel 8 and my brain doesn't work. Let's see what they say. Yeah. Remount RW. It's sysroot, that's what it is. The sys. So it's read only normally, right? And then we have to go in there. Yeah, it dropped into, yeah, he had to get into an emergency shell. Yeah. But the thing is, he added a disk, it looks like, and then now it's not coming up, which for me, like, almost 100% of the time, I would say 99% of the time when that's happened to me in my career, especially if I just added a disk, it's something to do with the etcfs tab. So then for me, I'll go in, I'll comment that stuff out, make sure the box can boot, and then I'll go troubleshoot my etcfs tab from a healthy system, if that kind of makes sense. That's what I do. Like, because adding the disk, I'm looking at, he sent me over this stuff, and it's like, it's mounting by UUID, and that should not have changed, but it's one of these things, like, what are we going to do? I will try to get a box back up and chugging along, and then I'll go and try to look at it from a healthy system. I don't like looking at stuff from sysroot. You only have, or from like an emergency shell, you don't have full functionality of the box. If I can get the box back up to full functionality, then I can start doing other stuff and adding things in at my leisure. And for me, like, one of the things I showed you guys, or I talk about often, is I will, I'll be on a box. If I've got a box up and running and I have like LSBLK, I have these block devices that I want to add or something, I can mount and do a mount-A here. Like, I could validate and change things in my etcfs tab, and then I can do a mount-A to verify this thing will, it's a mount-A, it's mount dash A. Mount. M-O-U-N-T, like you're mounting a horse. This fucking thing. Anyways, you can mount dash A, and that will simulate coming up in an actual boot mode, right? And then that's the kind of thing. So yeah, hopefully he. So maybe he. Let's see if he might be good with that. That might have been enough for him. All right, let me save this. Oh yeah, let me tell you guys. There's we're turning the group, the professional Linux users group, is at least 11. We're just basically saying we're 11 at this point. In August, so we always do like a big event down in the Discord, and I always have had a thing for a long time where I want to break Discord. So come down there with us and try to fill up our Discord and see what we can do. Yeah, Mountain Dew. That's funny. Hey, Ployd, Hayes, how you guys doing? Core Wired, obviously. Adavirk said, ask for a few minutes. Are these Socratic questions somewhere on Discord? Yeah, absolutely. So let me stop this for a second. We were messing around with these, and then we're now in the memory topics. But I want to show you guys, yes, these are all in the Discord. There's 2 places right here. You want to go to, I think they're under presentations, and no, they're under meeting notes. Go under meeting notes, I think. And in here, you should find all the Socratic questions. They should be, here's some sysadmin stuff, some other stuff. You go up just a little bit, sysadmin, this is all sysadmin stuff that I think you should know. Socratic questions should be right up here. Hold on. Right up. They're not very far back, I'm pretty sure. So we were doing job stuff for people. Job stuff. Socratic Linux should be... I didn't think it was this far back. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is down in the other one. Yeah. Let's go look over here. I definitely have it. Maybe it's in presentations. Yeah, go to presentations. It's in the Socratic notes here. Here's Socratic Ansible, and here's Socratic Linux with the presentation. So if somebody needs them, Adavirk, if you need them, you can go get them out of there. Yeah, and they're just in normal text right here. So here's the questions with the answers right here, and this goes for 300 and something more lines. Okay, let me find. Hold on. What is this thing saying? Just mount sysroot, can't find. That's the FS tab. Oh wait, is he on a normal? No, he's on a fucking busted shell. Oh, god damn it. Slack is slacking. It won't let me do so Slack wouldn't let me do this. I was trying to type a thing and say so sysroot that's the FS tab. I was trying to give that path and it just wouldn't. Yeah. Oh, Hayes, Discord does not have a search. Like, I just will go ahead and say Discord has no real search. It's terrible. Their search is absolutely atrocious. I don't even think I started on the internet in 1993 for some of you. Like, I was on like the internet playing in the library when I was a kid, and that search was better than Discord's search. Fucking Discord's got the worst search of any tool I've ever used, I think. So, anyways, neither here nor there. It's really bad. So we'll keep going with this, but you guys can keep working through those. I got this distraction over here on this other side now. But now I gotta keep an eye. Now I gotta keep an eye on them because it's one of the customers. Although this is the first time I've ever worked with this guy. Anyways, so sorry. Oh, I'd have a hard time quantifying that. I feel like Google search at least propelled them to be like one of the biggest companies ever, and whereas like Discord search can't find my name in one channel, even with all the times that it tries to autocorrect to Scoot. It's the worst thing ever. But anyways, where's it? Adverk, you said one problem you have is I forget how RWX affects directories, which will allow you to list files in directory, and I also forget how set UID, set GID, and set bit affects directories. All right, so Adverk, I do have some stuff on that we sometimes talk about. Let me, yeah, RWX affects directories in that the main thing that it affects is you can set your read and write, but also the X is your ability to navigate into a directory. So if you don't have an X bit for your user, it doesn't matter anymore. The set UID and set GID, I would look at this. So GUID. Set GID. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Let me see if Rocky has. I'm pretty sure Rocky has a really good basic authority set. So this is as good as anything I could go over right now. So I'm just going to link that to you because I think Rocky docs are pretty good. I actually like how Rocky sets up their docs. And they can explain to you how that works for a directory on the permissions and such. So I have labs that kind of go over that and stuff, but that's what I would do over there at Averk. Oh, Hayes, well, to be fair, they used to have the first 3 or 4 slots were always paid for. They still do have that paid for. But now they have their AI because they got to push their AI over everything. So it's like, I don't even know anymore with any of this stuff, I don't know if you guys just saw me try to do a search there, but it was throwing a bunch of AI generated stuff. And I'm like, no, I just want this one, simple thing. I might have told you guys that I read an article a while back that like when AI really blew up and people started using it, Stack Overflow traffic dropped by 90%. So they're only about 10% of where they used to be as far as traffic goes because so many people are using these things, which probably, if we're being honest, probably just got trained by answers off of Stack Overflow anyways. So yeah, can you tell me how much RAM we're using in the system? There's some different options here that'll help you out with that. Let's see. Let me see. All right, hopefully that's done. Yeah, Adavark, I can show you guys a little bit with the Grafana. Yeah. So, in general, my Grafana works like this. I have 3 data sources coming in, 3, I guess you would say like I call them ingest, data store, and then network. So let me pull this up here. This was something I was actually showing this. What the hell's going on here? Let me fix this here. Move this over to the side. I'm going to move this over to the side just so it doesn't take up what we're doing there on the left. And then this will be a little smaller, but I think you guys can still kind of see what I'm showing you. Can I close down this? Yeah, so we can just see this. So the way this ends up working in the lab architectures, I've got an ingest tier, and ingest is all the things that are pulling in data or pushing data off of servers, right? This is all my ingest stuff. Telegraph is doing some stuff because I just wanted to test that with InfluxDB. Promtail is pushing data to Loki because that's kind of my key logging infrastructure. And then Node Exporter is being scraped by Prometheus, which is also... So Loki and Prometheus are like my core monitoring type stuff in my home lab, right? And then everything goes over to Grafana at the end piece. And then Grafana can share out via these different types of dashboards like here. You've got Ranger. Ranger's not on his bed. We got Prometheus, but I was checking something with Prometheus the other day, so we don't really need that. All of our information here being shown from the different systems. Stack Overflow. Yeah. I'm not surprised at any of that stuff. Okay, hold on. Back here. When the Loki Loki and then everything feeding over into Grafana. Grafana is a pretty straightforward type of tool. You know, you set up your data sources over here. Your data sources are, in my case, I've got my original InfluxDB. Now I've got my new InfluxDB2, so I have two different Influx in my home lab. But that's actually one of the nice things. This is one of the reasons I like this tooling so much, is when I have different ingest, storage, and presentation tiers in my system, I can take out, like InfluxDB, and put in a different thing in its place, a different InfluxDB, as it were. I could do maintenance on it. I can update it. I can even have it behind a load balancer. So this tier and this tier do not have to change. This is what we call modularity. If I had a bunch of Lego bricks sitting here and I said, I want to take all these ones out and take them from red to green, what are you guys going to do? You're going to go, you can't do that with Legos. That doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. How would a Lego that's red ever fit in with a bunch of Legos that are green? This is preposterous, right? No, that's stupid. No, you should be able to take a Lego out and put another Lego in, and they should work, right? That's how these things work. Well, it's the same idea here. So in my lab, I have two different Influx DBs. I could trade out Loki and update the versions without changing the other things within reason. There's some stuff you have to maybe look up and that stuff. But anyways, I've got Loki, I've got Prometheus in my home lab. And once you've done that, then you go build your dashboards. And when you build dashboards, you can do it a few ways. You can like manually build them by hand, which is a nightmare. Or you can import a dashboard from some other dashboard that's out there already. So I can go download like 13639 and say I want to load that dashboard up. And it's got something on the front or the back of it. That is one of the weirdest. What's going on here? Right, and I could load that up if it's there, and then now I would have some name for it. This is a test, right, something like that, and then I could say we're going to use the Loki data source, and then I would change the UID to like 2 or something, and then now I could import this data source and do stuff with it, or import this dashboard and go configure it however I wanted it to look. Now, I don't actually want to make any of these changes, so I'm not going to do them, but that's kind of at the high level how my labs work, how my home lab type stuff works. The question was, go over my monitoring infrastructure. This stuff is all up in the Discord as well, if you guys want this. And I have labs on all this stuff. I have labs that show you how to build every piece of this. So there's no, besides, having the time to go through the labs, there's no reason not to be able to build all this stuff yourself if you guys wanted. So yeah, so CoreWired, I did make some of my own. Like this one's my own right here. This one I built myself, but then this one is just taken from. But I'm a big fan of never starting from a blank page. It's very hard. Like if we just said, okay, guys, hey, we're gonna do Unit 7, right? We're gonna go to do Unit 7 of my of this course that we're doing for security, and I pull up a Word doc like this, right? And I go, all right, let's write, let's do it. Most of you'd be like, what the hell? I can't do that. And I'd be like, yeah, I can't either. But what I can do is pull up my last worksheet here. This is my worksheet from last week. And I can just start changing everything over to the next set of posts that I'm going to go over. So in this case, I want to go here. And then I want to go here. Right? And then here. Right, boom. and I'm just taking away all this other stuff that I don't need, and then I need to clean. So it's easy to go from something that's already there. Schizophrenic, I have not seen a Grafana 12 update. What's it looking like? So some of you guys were around a few years back. I put in to speak at one of the Grafanacons, and they told me, no, you can go do one of these other ones. And I'm like, all right, well, never mind then. I was like, it's okay. I don't need to. No, I have not seen. What's in their Grafana version 12? I did see that they had a Terraform provider thing coming out, which is surprising to me for a few reasons, but let's see. Got a new dashboard schema. Okay. New dashboard APIs. Okay. Drill down metrics improvements. Okay. JSON viewer for log drill down, so you can dig into your logs more. That might be kind of cool. Yeah, I have not played with what's new in 12 at all, so that's interesting. But yeah, I just I'm not like some ambassador for Grafana. I just use it because it's a convenient tool and it's pretty good. So we'll leave that spinning over there. Can you free all the memory that's cached? Do you guys even know what that means, to free all the memory that's cached? What is that? What is that in the system? So we're doing on the left side there, we're doing like the Socratic method. I'm trying to keep all my stuff that I'm working on over on the right. Lord Professor, you said, hi Prof, can you point us to YouTube videos of your monitoring setup? Yeah, so I have, I'll show you guys one, hold on. I do have a actual, let me go see if I can go find my YouTube channel. And, oh, that's not good, hold on. I don't want that. I hate when you're moving something in Chrome and like the tab grabs another tab of something that's behind stuff, and you're like, I don't want them to like made up and have this big amalgamation. Like I have tabs in different places, and then it like starts to move stuff, and it's like I didn't want to do that. Yeah, hold on, let me pull up this video because I actually have. If you guys want all my monitoring stuff should be. Where is that? I thought that was a normal. I was sure that was its own video, like its own. I don't know how. Well, It's super confusing me. I'm looking at like my main videos on YouTube, and I don't have that as a video, and I'm 100% sure that I've recorded that at least like 5 times. So I don't know why that's not in my monitoring stuff, but let me go find a live one maybe where I did it. I know I recorded this. All right, well here's a link to one. So yeah, Lord Processor, this is a link to one. I'll drop it over here for you guys on the Twitch side of things too, but no, what it looks like, I'll show you what it looks like real quick. The monitoring, this is bugging me more than a little. My presentations. So there's a deep dive with labs, and then there's a deep dive project guide. And they look like this. And the project guide was for you guys to, let me pull up the deep dive. This is the actual stuff that we went over. This is like our monitoring deep dive. These are all the components of the system and the labs and all the things that we did, right? So this was this. That's in that link I just gave you guys. And then we also had this guide. So I gave you guys this guide, and this guide was made to go along as we did the presentation, as you go through the labs, for you to write up the things that you learned. And then you could also populate it with your different slides. And if you didn't have a portfolio or something that showed that you knew how to do monitoring, like you wanted to go work for a company and do some like intro monitoring in like a knock or something, you could at least show that you had built out all this stuff and understood this stuff, right? So this was like your project guide, and then this was the thing that you could go and you could show to somebody and say, yeah, I'm not super experienced in the field, but I did do this project where I built stuff for like 10 hours and did all these things and captured all this information. So this was kind of like your little project guide. So that's all up in the Discord. Those two right there. But yeah, and then that goes along with that thing that I just linked there. So hopefully, Lord Processor, that'll help you out. I'm shocked when I just looked for that it wasn't up there. I could have sworn that was one of my base videos that just was always there on the, I don't know, I guess the front page. Corewired, have I had a situation where I had to free cache ramp? Yeah. I used to work with a lot of, I don't do it anymore. I'm all on the high performance compute side. I do what this is showing right above me here. That's what I do all the time now. But when I used to work at AAA, I was the platform engineering lead, so I did all the Linux and Windows systems. I ran a team. I wasn't the manager. I was the tech lead for about 10 engineers between the two teams. And we had a lot of Java. We had about 200 dev teams, and they worked mostly in Java. And Java was notoriously bad for even when we would do things and try to restart processes and stuff, that we would have to clear up cached RAM. So yeah, Java was notoriously bad for it. So I had to use that command a lot back in the day, actually. So that was, and I knew this command before that, but I don't remember how I knew this before that, but I knew that I used it a lot for that. Yeah, and maybe, this was probably something I did more 15 years ago. It's probably better now than it ever was. In fact, I always advise people not to do that on databases, because databases are actually using their RAM, so don't drop their caches, that kind of stuff. All right, so we're down on file system topics now. So we'll get that thing should be going every 3 minutes or so to the next question. So it should kind of be giving you guys questions as I'm working on all this other stuff. So. Yeah, and then hopefully, Adavirk, that answered your questions how my Grafana works. I have just a bunch of information out there. We did that. That was our first major project. If you ever go into our Discord and then go look back through our presentation section, I think I made this directory for. No, I didn't make this for that. I did make our projects, our Prolog projects. When we first started this, the first thing we ever did in here was, if I can go find it, was those labs. Was the, nope, apparently it's not going to let me go all the way back. Yeah, when we first started this, it was the monitoring deep dive and the monitoring drive with labs, or deep dive with labs. So it was all that, and then people were building stuff as we were doing the course, and then people were adding these different, and they were, we were sending stuff in and then working through them and stuff, so. Yeah, there was a lot to this when we first set it up, but it's all very attainable for most of you. You just gotta go spend some time with it. So, yeah. So that was a big part of our original Prolog stuff, and then this was how Loki wrote. We actually, I made you guys use this same thing in our security group. So there's guys studying right now down in our security groups. In fact, if I went down, security groups study. People are working down there right now. This is part of it. They're actually using this, and then they're modifying this payload so that when they go and write out and send stuff over to Loki, you could be writing an app, and you could have your app writing out to Loki instead of writing to local logging on a server, if you wanted to. I'm not claiming any great expertise there, but I can at least get one write to work. And then you also do a read out of there with Python as well. So this is a thing that you can go mess with. And you can change your message. It doesn't have to say Scott is too awesome unless you want it to. And then this goes to in that case, it's in the lab, so it's a local host. In my case, in my home lab, you have to send it over to my Loki server, right? And that makes sense, right? If you're going to call an API endpoint, you got to call the right URL. I don't know. If I had to explain that to somebody, I guess I don't like to say that there's nobody that can, or I don't like to say that you couldn't do this, but I guess if I showed this to you and you said, I'd go, all right, I guess you can't do this. But normally I'm not in the business of telling people they can't do this type of work. But I guess if you really wanted to prove me wrong, I would, okay, you've proved me wrong finally. Oh, and then here's the InfluxDB stuff. So if you do the InfluxDB, you can write and read out of InfluxDB as well. And it's funny because this stuff isn't something that I learned out on Stack Overflow. This is actually when you first set up InfluxDB, they have a bunch of stuff in there that shows you all the basics. They ask you how would you like to connect, and then you're like, I'm going to use Python, and then it just gives you all the Python. And then you just got to drop your token and your org in there, and then make sure that you query things properly with the tag names. It's like super easy. But it's one of those concepts of everything has to point to something correctly. I tell you guys all the time, chutes and ladders, right? And if you're not gonna, use the right client, and if you're not gonna use the right URL and token and org, well, I can't help you then, right? But I do think any of you guys can do this stuff if you wanted to. All right, let's get back to file system topics. What's the first one? Can you show all of the use space in the /root partition? Do you guys know what that's doing, or what that looks like? Yeah. Does anybody wonder what that is? Also, I will probably be on here for a few hours tonight. I'm gonna be working on some stuff as we kind of go, but you guys are welcome to hang out. We do have a Discord. I'm always telling you guys about the Discord. You guys are welcome to hang out down there, talk shop, rub elbows with other engineers. I would like to be able to tell you that we find a lot of people work, but I mean, it looks like it's like a tough industry right now for people to get into. We have a lot of our guys posting that they're, putting in like a few hundred jobs a day, interviews and or job applications. They're not getting as much back as they would like. And this is, I don't know if this is just like my, this is just anecdotal for me, or if I've read this enough and heard this enough from engineers that I do 100% believe this as a generality, is that it's easier to find work when you're already in a job, right? And that could probably be because you have more patience when you have a job, or, you're not as looking for, work for other reasons or whatever. But my point is, like, I know there's a lot of guys down there looking, and we do find a fair amount of people, or we do help connect people into jobs. But, I would like it to be more. It's kind of the industry right now, right? We will have in 2 nights on, so this will be on Friday night. What is today, Wednesday? Yeah, Friday night, we will be doing interviews for people that want to practice some interviews. If you guys have never seen that process, the way that I've been doing it is we have everything up here in the meeting resources, the meeting notes. And then you just drop down here. This is much closer. This is not as far back, right? And right here, you'll find, here's the job. Here's the job posting that you guys are going for, just a junior Linux admin. And the thing that you're being asked is, these questions. I ask you some technical questions. Not everybody gets all the questions. It's a 10 minutes in the hot seat. I ask you to tell me a little about yourself and how you align with this job. So you have to be trying to let us know, and everybody else is listening, by the way, so you get a little bit of that talking in front of a group. And then I just start asking you questions. How would you do these technical things? How would you troubleshoot these things? What are some operational things maybe that you've done? And these are always new. I always add more to these, so I will be updating these for the next run of it. And then the last one is personality questions. You have some conflicts. Somebody in your team likes to have a mechanical keyboard that's super loud. What do you do, right? He yells at people. What are you going to do? Right. And then, there's just good stuff in the notes channel. So, all right. Can you show all of the inodes in the root partition? Do you know what inodes are? That leads to more questions, right? That's one of the nice things about the Socratic method is I ask a question and then you can go and say, well, I don't even know what inodes are. So I'm going to go spend a little time with that as well. All right. So let's keep doing that. I'm going to keep working on this. I need to clean this part up because now we have new things. Damn it, I didn't want to do that. I actually do dislike when that happens. What is the 3 major? Let's go steal more stuff from ourselves. It's always important to be able to steal stuff from yourself. Let's get... We need this again. I need this, and I need to try to get it out of the way as much as possible. So, yeah, what are the 3... actually, we don't even need that. We need telemetry. What is telemetry? What is tracing? And then in tracing, what is a span? And what is a label, right? And that's kind of important based on some of our other things. Well, so the question is, what would I do if, like, or what answer do I want to hear? That's actually funny. I don't think there's any one right answer here. Like, this is one of those. I don't want to call this like a Kobayashi Maru. Does anybody here not know what a Kobayashi Maru is? Right? If in this many like nerds, I bet most people know what that is. All right, but anyways, no, this is open ended, and I would take multiple ways. Like I mean, one of the answers could be. So it says right here, your coworker has a mechanical keyboard. You can hear it from across the office. You have heard other people discuss talking to him about it, but he is known for yelling at people. What do you do to deal with the situation? You can go right to management if you want. That could be one. And I expect different engineer like personalities that I've run into to answer this question different ways. In fact, the guy that I can think of that was this person right here, was a buddy of mine, Elliot. We actually got along really well, but he was hard. Other people had a hard time working with him. Very sharp guy though, but he just was fucking loud, and he would clack his keyboard and he would yell at people. Like you'd hear him yelling in the phone across the office. It was just funny, and we were in like low cubicles back then. And but the thing is, yeah, like he had been talked to by management already about it, and it was just like, I mean, what do you do? You've got a really talented engineer, but you can't point him at certain people because he literally just had no tolerance for stupid people as he saw them, right? And by the way, the guy was really sharp, so he could see most people as pretty stupid. So I mean, like, I'm saying he could. I'm not saying it was good form. I'm not saying it was polite. I'm not saying it was properly dealing with other humans. I'm just saying it is what it is with him. So yeah, no, the right answer to this could be, hey, I might send him an email and ask him politely. I might, because here's the thing, HR and management, one of the first things they're always taught to ask you, and you'll learn this as you sit in the industry and sit in these stupid meetings forever and all the harassment trainings, the first thing they're ever going to ask you is, well, have you told them about it? So one of the correct answers would be I'd send them an email about it. For me, I'd just go pat them on the back and be like, hey, buddy, that keyboard's real loud. You want to have an arms race here and see how loud I can get mine? And then like I just joke around about it. But like for me, like I'm not gonna like also, so you guys know, I'm the type of engineer. I'm like very like I'm probably in like the like lowest percent of this. Nothing bothers me. I can sit here completely in silence. I can sit here in music. I can sit here with somebody over there playing the banjo. It doesn't bug me. It never has bugged me. In fact, people always ask me, like, how do you work with that guy? He always clicks his tongue, or he always does whatever. And I'm like, I didn't even notice. I'm a madman, guys. I'm like insane. But anyways, where I'm going with that is, yeah, there's no one right answer to this. This is a personality fit. If you know that you have a lot of strong personalities on your team, and this happens a lot of times. I've seen this happen where people hire engineers they're very talented, but they're also very quiet in meetings, and you've got these one or two like really loud engineers in meetings. Like they love to like stomp over the top of people and yell and this and they're not, by the way, guys, most of the time they're not being bad guys. They're not like trying to be an asshole. In fact, most engineers that I know that are like that, they don't even know that they do it. They don't even know that they interrupt you all the time. And then you go, hey man, do you know you interrupt me all the time? And they're like, oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that. And then they like change their behavior. Where I'm going with this is sometimes people with all the other skills are not going to do well in a certain type of team. And that's I'd say that's a good thing to know, because like there's nothing wrong with being a quiet engineer. I don't talk on meetings ever. In fact, when I'm talking on a meeting, or if I'm like yelling at somebody on a meeting, everybody on that meeting knows somebody really did something wrong to set me off, because I never go off on meetings, right? But that's a thing that I know. But people know that they can approach me and they can talk to me about stuff and that kind of stuff. Black metal keyboard. I actually have, I have a pretty nice little mechanical keyboard now, but it's very, very low. It's like a $30 keyboard, but it's very nice, like clicky mechanical. But I don't have like a $400 or $700 keyboard like some guys I know do. Right. That's another thing. I don't need that feel to be able to do it. I had a shitty like $12 keyboard that I got from Amazon a while ago, and that one was like, by the way, $12 keyboard probably isn't, my $30 one's probably not much better, but it does have a lot better feel. So yeah, I work from home too. So, but you guys know there's all kinds of things that get people in meetings. Some people don't like being flashbanged in meetings. Most of us don't, but it doesn't bug me. Like somebody does it to me, I'm like, whatever. Like it doesn't, like, I don't think he was doing it on purpose. Core wire. I mean, it is the way we interface with the system, right? But for me, it's not gonna majorly change the way that I do things. I do have one non-negotiable. I told my wife this the other day. I have a non-negotiable of I must have a 10 key. Like I have a 10 key on all my keyboards. I have to have that because I can 10 key pretty fast. So, yeah. Kobayashi Maru is the unwinnable scenario. That's exactly what it is. Out of work. Yep. So this isn't that, but yeah. So when we do those interview questions, guys, I put you 10 minutes in the hot seat. I ask you, how does your skills work with this job? How do they align? I ask you some questions, and then the very last thing I always ask is, do you have any questions for me? Because sometimes people have never thought about that. They never thought like, what would I ask somebody about the job? And I've got some pretty good ones from that. And then what we do after the like 10-minute interview, I ask you what you think you did well, and I get your kind of your own feedback on yourself, and you're like, oh, I stuttered a little bit, but then I caught up and I felt pretty good. And then we let everybody in the group give you some criticism too. And I always tell them, don't just hammer you, give them good, bad, good, like sandwich it. No, I'm just kidding. That is a management thing, but I've never been a manager, so I don't really care. All right. Anyway, so we're here. We were down on this one. Can you show all of the use space current in the directory you're in? Like how much space is used in the directory you're in? All right. Tawny blinded a few people by accident. Yeah. I sometimes pull stuff up. I have stuff over here. I try to make it, if I'm going to pull up something bright, I try to make it less than half the screen. So like that's pretty bright. But I try to make it, like I have a rule for myself. I try to make it less than half the screen. And that is probably, if you take the bottom in here, that's probably only about like 45% of the screen over there. Maybe about 40% when you take this and this in. All right. So I have to plan out the security engineering course for this week. This is what I was doing right now. Security engineering course is monitoring and alerting. So I'm going to give you guys a webhook this week, and all your alerting when you're doing your labs, you're going to alert out to our Discord. Now, last time I did that, somebody got a hold of it and like threw a bunch of weird porn, and it took us like 8 hours to clear it off. No, it didn't take 8 hours to clear it off. Just kidding. But we did have to clear out a bunch of stuff from our Sandbox channel, but that's what the Sandbox channel is for people to throw stuff up there. But that's also one of the limitations of webhooks. We once anybody that has access to a webhook has access to right into a channel. So that's true of Slack, Teams, Discord. That's a universal truth. But the way I'm going to do it this time, the way I'm going to give it out, is it's going to be over here in our werewolf cluster labs, lab work. And so lab work, we'll make a dir for lab. Let's do lab 7. And this will be monitoring and alerting. And in here, I'll just do like a, we'll do a VI-X for webhook, right? And then now we need an encryption key. So our encryption key will be the same password that we use for, let me move this over here. Let me go pull our password for our security course. So we have a security engineering course running right now. And we have a password for it right now. Let me go grab it. If I can find it. Too tiny. The everything's too tiny. I got an interview question. Where is that? Oh, passwords here. So let's just grab this, copy it in. There's our encryption key, boom. And then in here, I'll go webhook. We'll go equals, because we're not really doing a what's it called? And I'll generate the webhook and I'll drop it in there, right? So that'll be something that I'll do over there here in a little bit. All right, can you show all the processes that are using the directory? And that's a good question, right? It's a good little practice question for you guys. Let me go get my thing again. I have so many open OneNote or Notepad++ tabs. So many open tabs. I think it's up at like 90 something right now. Where the hell is this one? This was our Socratic Ansible. Socratic Linux answers. There we go. All right. So what's the answer to this one? Can you show me all the process of the directory in? Yeah, this should be on any box. LSOF dash, actually just dot, and it'll just show me all the processes that are in a directory. And then that's very useful. I tell you guys a lot of times that's a very useful one as an admin. If you're getting called or somebody's having problems with an application on a server or something, and you have some kind of stale mount point, you can look at what's in there, what processes are trying to use it, and then maybe you have to kill them before you can unmount. Sometimes you can do a lazy unmount, but if other applications are thinking they're using it, you're probably going to have some major problems. Yeah. So LSOF is just a nice tool to see what's kind of going on there. But then you can like really, I show you guys, like we can dig in with LSOF. We can go, okay, well, LSOF to see like the port 22, like what is port 22 touching? And then you go, okay, that's 827, LSOF-P 827, all of SSHD as the daemon being started by systemd. These are all the things that it's touching, right? So, you know, if by the way, this is how, if you ever use like need restarting or needs restarting, it's a weird name because it's different between the different nodes. Need restarting, over here, what is it? I think it needs restarting here. Oh, I have it on the Hammer servers. Hold on. Let's go to Hammer 25. I think I have it. No, did I not put it here? Okay. Let's just try that. Need restart. Might be need restart. It's need. See, this is why I'm saying it's weird between the two of them. Yeah, there it is. It's need restart over here, but it's like needs restarting on the other one. Anyways, it does, none of that matters. Where I'm going with that is, what'll happen if you ever run a process or update a bunch of libraries, what'll happen is the process that's already open will be touching the libraries, and the check will go and look at running processes and see if they're holding open what are called DLLs, dynamic link libraries, that are already, that have been updated or are on a newer version. And if your processes are doing that, it's going to go, well, the best thing to do here is just go ahead and restart those processes, or just even better, reboot this whole box. So yeah, so this is kind of my ways of looking at that, right? Let's go back to Rocky 19 for fun. Back to Rocky 19, and in here there's a long listing, ls-l of root, ls-l, by the way, ls-ld if we want to explicitly do the directory. So ls-ld of root, ls-ld of temp, right? ls-ld of etc shadow. Now that's a file, but it doesn't really matter. It'll, whoops, you need -l on that, ld. Even though it's it's not a directory, it's a file, right? And you could just do this for all of them. And then the question is, do you understand? Check the long listings. Can you explain the permissions you're seeing? By the way, etc shadow is such an interesting file depending on what file system or what type of operating system you're on, because here it's properly set to nothing. That's a 000 permission, right? But on a lot of like SLES type systems, it's 700. So root can touch it. But root is all the processes, so that means processes, if a process got compromised in your system that had been started by systemd, it can read etc shadow, and we don't want that. We don't want that process to be able to read that just because it's been started by that. So yeah, there's some interesting things here. Normally with etc shadow, the common standard is 000, and then the only things that can touch that are pluggable authentication modules to compare hashes, right? That's the only thing it does. Had to run password conversion with etc shadow the other day. Yep. Yeah, so etc shadow. Oh, this says, can you remount the temp directory as read only? Right. So if I had temp separate, which I don't, could I mount it as read only somewhere? And I don't have it separated out here currently, but I should be able to if I had a disk. So I don't have my disks doing anything. But if I took like this disk right here, right, XVDA, I could say make. Let's do this. Let's say mkfs.ext4 on dev xvda. I just make it right there. That's fine. We're just going to go and write right over the top of it. And then if we mounted -o remount rw or ro, we want to be read only temp on dev xvda, we should be able to do that. Point not mounted. Oh, we don't want to remount it. We just want to do read only. Well, let's just mount it real quick. Can we mount temp over on that? Temp is not a block device. Oh, other way, guys. You guys gotta stop me sometimes. I haven't been doing this stuff. So now we can mount that, and then if we do our df-h, we should see it, right? But then I say, you know what? Hold on. Let's go ahead and remount ro for that one. All right, whatever. Fuck it. Do it that way. I guess we can do -t ext4 if we really need to. All right, whatever. I don't care. The point is, you can mess with that if you wanted to, and the answer is we could if that wasn't if we weren't on this type of system where this is a stateless node. I could probably figure that out, but why is that not mount -t ext4? We're definitely saying it's ext4. Oh, good God, guys! You guys gotta stop me. It's remount. It's remount, guys. Sorry, I was not even. Maybe my glasses are bad. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I've been working all day, so I've been kind of, and then now I'm hanging out with you guys. So, what happened, Tawny? I missed it. Hold on. All right, and then we got an ad break, so we'll hang out and wait for the end of the ad break for people. But could we remount the temp directory as read only? Yeah, we did, but we had to put it on the device. So that doesn't make much sense for us to do normally because we're on a stateless node, and if we were to reboot this node, it wouldn't come up again that way. So this is just us messing around. Austin, how's it going? We're just hanging out. Yeah, Adaverk. Yeah, on Ubuntu you said it's read write read, so it's 640 for Shadow. That's not. I mean, that's even less of what I would normally like to see. That's even less. Oh, Adaverk, I'm going to give out the webhook for the security engineering course. Yeah, people will have to go and get it. And then what will happen is when they spin up a high load on their Ubuntu boxes, so in the lab, they'll be spinning up a high load here. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Hold on. I meant to go here, Killer Coda. You guys would go to this lab. We have a few labs. I need to make a new one for this week too. I'm trying to make a new lab for most of this stuff each time, but hold on. Where's this at? On Killer Coda and our labs. You're going to set up like a bunch of monitoring. Let's say you're doing Prometheus and Node Exporter, right? And then you're going to spin the box up when you're ready, and then we're going to send out an alert. So we're going to send an alert, and we're going to do two types of alerts. We're going to do an alert out of Grafana to webhook, and we're also going to do an alert directly out of Prometheus through Alert Manager. So I'm going to give you guys two different ways to do it. Both of them are going to use that webhook. So, you know, you're going to come in here, you're going to make all this stuff, and then basically when you're done with this lab and get all the way to the end, then I'm going to, you know what, I got to fucking fix this up. Hold on, I'm just going to go fix all this. I got a bunch of shit in here from, you know, you try to do a community thing. You try to like have something be where you can share and like let people do pull requests and stuff. And then I swear people just do bullshit. I can't believe that people, all right, I'm just going to stop there. People just do bullshit though. And it's like, I don't even understand why they do it. All right, that one's good because I already fixed that one the other day. I just don't even know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really just start watching like, whatever people do a pull request against my stuff, because it's like all my stuff will be working, and then people will come in here and just put bullshit. And it's like, when you say, what do you mean by bullshit? I mean, like, extra stuff because they're, like, trying to be extra or spicy or something. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. But they're, like, or they're doing, like, chat GPT engineering where they're just fucking throwing stuff. Like, look at all these pseudos. Guys, please believe I have never written pseudo in front of anything in my career. Like, I run around as root when I'm building stuff. Like, what? Why would I have pseudo on all this shit? That's so annoying. Somebody did this. I don't remember who it was, but I didn't catch it when I merged. But then it also, there's like a timing issue that's busted inside of the lab. Like, the labs also have changed. There's a timing issue now where they don't work anymore. Get this all fucking pseudo out of here. And again, that's because somebody went and they didn't know what they were doing. They were just checking chat GPT or something. Super fucking annoying. Enough to make me swear all over the place, right? Whoops. Who put sudo when you're already root? It's absolute insanity. All right. Fix pseudo bullshit. That stuff just, man. I'll tell you what, like, I think, is there a way, does anybody here know, I don't do enough Git. Is there a way to, like, block somebody from ever doing a pseudo, like, or a pull request against you again? Is there, like a harassment thing? Because I'm going to do that next time somebody does that. Next time somebody takes something that I've done and just puts pseudo in front of a bunch of it, I'm going to never let them commit again. I don't care how good the commit is. I'll never take it again. It's fucking pissing me off. I'm finding it in all kinds of labs of mine. I don't know who was doing it. And you say, oh, you might have been you should have checked the pull. Look, guys, if the lab works, I don't check all the pull requests. Yeah. I check to make sure things are working, but I don't like sit around and scrub them all with a fine tooth comb. But I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to, because there's Ranger, by the way. Somebody said something about Ranger. So, all right. Can you remount as read only? Sure. Can you list the number of free inodes in Slash? How might you do that? What would that look like? Why do you want to know all the free inodes? That's kind of an important one. Yeah, CoreWire. I get rule of least privilege, but normally when I'm showing people stuff, it's from a build perspective, not less from an operational perspective. It's more of like a build perspective. So I'm already root, so I don't use sudo for anything. I guess people could do some of that other stuff. Yeah, Atavirk, all of my killer Coda labs are always on GitHub. Yeah. People can do pull requests against them as long as they're not adding like superfluous stuff that has nothing to do with what I'm doing, which is all that pseudo. And guys, I know where the pseudo stuff came from. It was somebody going and just grabbing, like, they found somebody's some page that had a bunch of things and then said, no, this was a better way to do it. And it's like, yeah, all you did was add pseudo in front of everything. That's not any better. Captain Dolphy said, so what's the study group about? It's a class for specific. Yeah, so we have we have 2 courses running right now. There is the Prolog Systems Administration for the Enterprise, and then there's also the Security Engineering group, right? So there's two courses running right now in our Discord. They're free, and the guys did a lot of work. These are the books. These are free books online that the guys put together. I think they're probably like one of the best things that our group's produced, and the dudes have been working on them, and they deserve a lot of credit for it, right? Now, that being said, the study groups that are going on right now in the Discord are about those. So the one study group I think is kind of winding down. They're doing an extra study group because I gave them a lot of work this week. So they're down there working on that. And then there's another study group starting here in a few seconds. I think there's one starting every Wednesday. This is the Linux admin one. So if you're doing the Linux admin course, that course is here. And, if you're struggling on that, we're in Unit 6 right now. And Unit 6 for this one was, what are we doing this week? It was security and firewall stuff. Then you would go in there and do your labs with those guys there. They're going to be doing that in about 20 minutes down there. So we're on Unit 6. We meet every Saturday for those. And We hang out. So what we do is we hang out. I just kind of talk through everything for about 45 minutes to an hour, and then we drop down into one of the study group channels, and then people can talk and they can share their screen and they can ask questions. You can always ask questions. It's just they got so big at one point where we had like over 100 people in one of them, where you can't use a normal Discord channel anymore. You got to go to a stage. So with a stage, only one person can talk. Well, few people can talk, but the point is I just lecture for like an hour and then we just jump down, and typically when we jump down there's only like 30 of us, and that's pretty good for a normal Discord channel. So yeah, that's hopefully that answers that question, what we're doing over there. And yeah, I think those things are great that the guys put together. Oh, and anybody that wants to get their name in that book, if you wanted to help, you're like, hey, I like writing and I like taking stuff and moving it down into Markdown. There's a lot of guys that are there's actually a group for that too. That meets on Sundays. So the group for that is the writer's room. And I'm a big fan. I tell you guys, like, I'm a big fan of just spending time with this stuff and finding other people. But they have a pretty good group. I'd say there's normally about like 18 to 20 people in there, and they assign tasks through GitHub. You get to learn a little bit about working GitHub on a team and pull requests and all that kind of stuff. You can learn that process through working with those guys. And then you can get the name of the book. So that's kind of a nice thing too. Yeah, Captain Dolphy, the course, if you're in the Discord and you're newer, we got a section called Beginner Start Here. And there's a playlist for all of the 16-week Linux course because I've already done it before. This is our second run through. So normally when we meet on Saturdays, I just talk about it, do everything that's in there. But then there's also a recording so you could go and learn more. And then the security engineering course, we're on week 7 of 10, but they're not recorded already. There's only 6 of them recorded so far because after I do them on Saturday night with everybody, I record them on Sunday morning for on YouTube. And then they stay up on YouTube. But here's the 2 playlists if you want to get involved with any of those. And people like them. They're free. I mean, again, the first course is designed to get you guys into security or Linux sysadmin roles if you aren't in the industry. And then this one is for, this one is not like a crawl class. This is not easy stuff. This is security engineering. It assumes you know some Linux. And I just kind of run you guys through the paces on the component pieces of it, if that kind of makes sense. So. And mostly to the tune of these things here. So we've done build standards and compliance, network connection, user access and system integration, bastion hosts and air gaps, monitoring and updating the systems and patch cycles. Then we did monitoring and parsing logs. Now we're going to do monitoring and alerting. Then the next one will be heavily configuration drift. How do we keep systems from changing? And then certificate and key madness. So that's one I just needed an extra one, but plus I think a lot too many people shy away from certificate stuff, and you're sitting in a meeting and you're like, oh, that's just those 2 smart guys are going to do certificates. Certificates aren't smart guy stuff. Any of you guys can do it. You just got to go spend some time with it. So we're going to do that in there, and hopefully I can do that some justice and mainly show you guys the tools. Like we're going to validate that we're going to do the same thing that SSH validates with the keys. We're going to do that by hand. I'll show you guys how to do it. Not by hand. There's tools with OpenSSH that will test a private key to see if it'll connect to a public one just because you have them both. You don't have to actually do an SSH connection to do that. You can do that yourself. That'll be one. Also, comparing that a certificate with OpenSSL is cryptographically significant or similar to another one. We can build our own certificates and just test that for fun. Like I know I just built them and I know they work, but can I test that? Like what if I got another certificate from someone in the organization and I wanted to validate that it was or wasn't working? I could do that myself. So those are the kind of things we're going to do there. That's what we do in the course. All right. So I'm going, can you link to a hard, oh, this one's fun. Can you hard link across a file system boundary? And the answer to that's always no. That's a trick question. Somebody was being sneaky. Let's check on Ranger. What's Ranger doing? He's just standing around. He's an old dog, guys, so he's just kind of standing around. I do got to give him some food here in a little bit, though, so I'll probably walk down a little bit and grab him some food. I don't know why he's standing there, except that I think he's kind of on the dementia scale as he hits almost 14 years old. He just kind of like stands around and looks at stuff now. Like he's turned a little bit and he's just standing there looking around. So we'll keep an eye on him. He's on he's old, guys. He's like breathing real heavy and stuff and having a hard time. So like I told the wife, like, because she's out of town for a few days. I told her like I'm gonna have to have like a ranger protocol if anything happens. So I've got his meds. He takes his meds every day, well twice a day actually, and then I just got to make sure that I got his vet on speed dial in case anything happens to him. But there's probably not much we can do for him because he's a very old dog, right? All right. Can you cat out the contents of the file that defines mount points in a system? Do we even know what that file is? Right, this is important. What's the file that'll tell us that kind of stuff? Yeah, Captain Dolphy. Yeah, you're welcome to hang out. Oh yeah, if your time zones are different, that's one of the reasons I recorded all that stuff for people. Because, in case you guys don't know, there's a nice little certificate that comes with completing the course. And we've only ever given out like 9 of them. Because it's pretty hard to finish our courses. I mean, I think it's hard for people because life gets in the way. And they're significantly long courses. But if you guys want to see an example, it's not the exact course. I'm going to give you guys a different one. Or a different image. The prologue. This is the one we've never given out this color. This is the alternate color. That's what the certificate looks like when you finish the normal course, although it's in blue. And then it's got whoever and whoever's name on here and stuff. But yeah, I think only like 9 of these have ever been given out. And you can validate who's got one by you get a little UID. I don't know if you guys saw it. There's a this verify will be unique for each person. It is unique for each person that's ever done it. And then if you wanted to search it, you go to like verify here, and then you go to like me, and you can verify that I did the course. Me, I was the prologue admin instructor. And that certificate, that's a unique string that comes out when you do the when you use my little QR code. So we have that for everybody that wants to go through the course. Now, if you just wanted to go through the course and just study it, the stuff's all out there for you guys as well. But if you wanted to work through it and do the actual work with everybody as a it's very similar to a college class, and you say, well, how do you know that? Well, because I've been teaching college for 17 years, so I know what a college class looks like. And these syllabi that I've made, these are very much, these are actually from a college I used to teach at that doesn't exist anymore. The outline of this, the way that I built this comes from an old college syllabus that I built. And I was part of building those ones too, but this is a template that has been modified for our courses, right? The content's all completely ours, but the template outline comes from a college that doesn't exist anymore. kind of a funny story about what happened to them, but you guys, some of you in the U.S. may have heard of them before. They were a technical college, so yeah. Anyways, they're gone. They don't exist anymore. So no, that doesn't have any reflection on me. I don't think I think I did a good job there. I think my students learned. I have a lot of students that have gone and done a lot of good stuff, but for me, I didn't stick with them. I've been with my college now for 9 years or so, the DeVry that I've been teaching at. So, all right, what's this next one? Can you test the speed of reads and writes in the system? Yeah, there you go. There's some reading and writing of a file system. Looks like Ranger's laying around wondering when his next meal's going to come. Probably licking his bed a little bit down there because that's Ranger. That's Ranger for you. Let me keep working on this. So, I want my PowerPoint and my slideshow. Yep, so we are cleaning this up. Last week will be storing logs and parsing logs, and that's what we did. And then there will be our review from last week. This week will be now these are the discussions here, these are the topics, but there will be a longer write-up of what the actual question is in the other one. Whenever we show them here, they're just like a quick write-up. And then I'm going to completely redo this section. And some of it I'll be borrowing from my other presentation. This is my old presentation down here, right? If it bleeds, we can kill it. If it bleeds data, we can monitor it, right? That's my little Arnold one. Maybe I'll grab that slide and pull it over. Our base lab diagram looks like this, and we're going to build these individual component pieces. Oh, let me get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. Okay. So these are individual component pieces that we build in each of the labs. And then what I'll do is we're not going to focus on we will touch some of that stuff, but we do need to hit the I got another presentation that I need to go look at. Hold on. So by the way, most of our presentations are up in the Discord. If you need one for any reason, just let me know. I typically turn them into PDFs for you guys. But I need one here, which actually reminds me I need to go take this test soon. I haven't taken the PCA test yet. But where is my... so here's my Prometheus Certified Associate one. So I set this up last year, and then I never bothered to go take the test, but I have all the stuff on studying. And I'm going to probably put some of this information in here for like service level objectives, service level agreements, service level indicators, and how do we pull information out of Prometheus. So this presentation's also up in the Discord as well if you guys need it. We're not really going into it right now, otherwise we would... if we were going into it right now, I'd have a big screen, but we're not really doing that. Do we need to put... No, we're good there. Okay. Exporters. Alerting. Okay, so we'll probably do some alerting rules, so I'll configure some of this stuff, and we'll use this. And then we're going to configure Alert Manager to point to our Discord webhook and send alerts out. So probably in the next few days you guys are going to see me doing it because I'll be building the lab out from it, but I'll be stealing this stuff for my own you know, I steal for myself, put them in my other presentations, and then I pat myself on the back for getting everything working. Ooh, let's look at this. It's just a philosophy of skip verification. Philosophy on alerting. Who did this? That's probably going to be something that we'll reference. Probably say read that, get a little bit of that in you, and then I'll ask some questions about it, like specific parts typically. That tends to be how I make my discussion posts. We talk about how something works, what you already understood about it, what you need to understand better about it. This is like simple stuff that we kind of do. Again, college professors love to use the Socratic method, even if they don't call it the Socratic method, but it's like, what did you already understand about it? What did you learn? How are you going to apply it? And all of those things kind of open up paths in your brain to remember something because you know, you're comparing it to something you already knew and kind of the context of how you knew it. Then you're thinking about, you know, what you did pick up that was new and where you're putting it, and then how you're going to use it helps you to kind of solidify. So it's like, I don't want to say it's like memory tricks, but it's kind of the way that we think is like we tell, it's like, I heard an AI professor and he talked about this really well. It was one of the MIT guys, and he talked about everything we do, everything we remember is in stories kind of. And it's like you have a very hard time remembering a thing if you don't have like a label or like a name that you can call it. And then once you have a name you can call something, then you can start to understand the component pieces of it, and then you can start to figure out more and more about it. So that's one of the things that I kind of like, and we'll probably do that. So I'm gonna. These are the things that I'll be pulling out for the course as I'm doing the course or whatever, as I'm readying these things over here. You know. When do we alert? What is alerting? How do we alert? These are how I build out my outlines, and then I go and I add the different pieces later as we go, right? By the way, guys, I meant to tell you, and I've been kind of saying it, but I meant to keep saying it, is we have people working right now on stuff. So if you're like looking for, talking about system stuff or going and working with people, we have actually a meeting starting in the next few minutes for people. I'm obviously not going to be there, but the Linux admin course group is starting right now. So these guys are going to be down there studying Linux admin. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And a few of these guys have been through it already. Kolkus and Treasure have been, and Zorgal I think is going through it right now. But these guys have already been through it. So they can help you a lot if you are trying to catch up on the course. I think the thing, at least from teaching this course twice now, that people struggle the most with is this right here, is getting in and doing the discussions. I don't know why this is the hardest thing for people. It's like everybody wants to just cram on a Sunday night or a Friday night or whatever instead of doing it throughout the week. I get that. But I would tell you, if you want to finish these courses and get everything done, you do have to do the discussions. And it's easier to do that if you're doing them weekly with people. Because then you're just sitting there talking to people. You're having like some back and forth. There's been some pretty good discussions in all of these recently. I think we were even talking in here just today. I think this was me talking. Yeah. So we were talking in here pretty much every day. People are dropping stuff in. Not always me, but different people in the group, I'm always crawling around the Discord though, so I'm always somewhere. So best thing about Discord is it's free. That's all pretty good. All right. So that's what we're doing for Unit 7. I'll be working on that the next few days. Getting that kind of cleaned up for everybody, because I already have like the outline of most of that stuff. Looks like we're over in networking now on the Socratic method. So networking topics, can you show all the interfaces on a system? Do you know how to do that? There's a lot of ways to do that. I really like this last one now. IP-BR ADDR. I think that's one of my favorite commands. That's the same command. If config still works, but it's kind of deprecated on a lot of systems. And then I really like this one for most things that I need to look at. And I normally add the ADDR. So we have the capability of looking at just what's there. Like if I were to ask right here, I can say, okay, we've got a loopback, which is common on all IP interfaces. I've got an Ethernet. Okay, it's up. It's in an unknown state. I see that I've got IPv4 on both, and I've got IPv6 on both. So I have two dual honed interfaces, and that's a terminology that's sometimes used. It's not like super, we're not like super hard about that. But we do have, now when we're using IPv4 and IPv6, that does affect what we're listening to. Right? And now we can see, are we listening on IPv4 and IPv6? Yes, this is any IPv4 for port 111 and any IPv6 for 111. Same thing with port 22. That's all IPv4 addresses and all IPv6 addresses. That's the wild card for IPv6 right there. The open square bracket, colon, close square bracket. That'd be funny. I'm wondering if my closed captioning will do it. I want the characters open square bracket, colon, close square bracket. No? All right, well, probably because I can't speak right, but I don't know if that'll ever trigger. Like, are there any triggers here? Is there anything that you can tell me closed captioning? I don't know if closed captioning can take like a keyword and then give me like, I don't know. I don't even know what they would be. They're probably standard. I bet they're standardized. Like if you use like Dragon speaking software or something, there's probably something standardized. I'm not using Dragon. I'm using, this is just Microsoft. But I imagine if there is a standard in the industry, they're using it. Like if there was something like prompt. I don't know. I bet I can probably manually set that too, because I know where I can configure that. But I don't know. I don't know anything about that, guys. Like I don't know any of the commands that are like that. I don't know if anybody here does. I've set up Dragon speaking software for some of my my teachers before when I was at the school district years ago. When I first got out of the Army, before I got heavy into tech, I was doing like computers and networking for a little school district when I first got out. And I got to set up a lot of tools and stuff, but that was over 20 years ago now. So Dragon, I'm sure Dragon as a program has come a long way from there. They used to just be a natural language software. All right. This is good. Can you show that an interface is connected physically? ETH tool is your way of doing that. That's super useful because now I don't have to go walk into the data center anymore. And also, I'm on a virtual machine, so I can't really go to the data center for this anymore. I can go here. I can go to this guy and go look on, where's he at? He's Rocky 19. And I can see that his networking says it's active, but I want to know if the device, I want to know if inside the system it sees the physical connection coming in, right? It's really just a virtual NIC, right? A VNIC. So, anyways, yeah, that should be good. We can show that it's connected physically. Also, we SSH'd in, so we know it's working. But, maybe you had to go in through a back channel or some kind of what we call a console access. You might have to do that. So, can you show that it's connected physically? Sure. Can you determine the default route? That's the next one. Can you determine your default route? How would you know where your route is on your system? Those are two commands that I might use. You do not need a default route for Linux to work, but you do need a default route for your sanity to work. I mean, you're gonna bust your head on stuff if you can't. If you don't have a place for your system to throw anything it doesn't know, expect all kinds of weirdness in your environment. Expect DNS resolution to work very poorly. I mean, you can resolve DNS locally, but if you ever tried to resolve any DNS that has to go outside of your system, that's going to be busted. There's all kinds of things that are going to be more of a headache if you don't have a default route. Also, same thing with routers. Cisco routers. You cannot have a gateway of last resort. But you're going to have all kinds of problems if you don't have a gateway of last resort, if anything wants to go out. Now, if you're not letting things go out, it doesn't matter. Feel free to lock it down that way. Although that's not the best way to lock things down, but it is a way to lock things down. Just don't have a route out there. All right. This one says, what's the next one? You can ping the default gateway 3 times. That should come up here in a second. My default gateway on this one is different than that default gateway there, by the way. Turn it off. It's the start of it, right? It's for sure the start of it, without too many other weird things going on. Also, I missed Captain Dolphy's follow. Thanks for the follow. I saw you talking, but I missed the follow. Thanks for that. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Yeah, so this is what I'm doing right now. I'm not working too hard. I'm done with work, and I don't have any college teaching tonight, but I do have some posts for my college that I'm gonna write tonight. I've got some stuff. Also, let's review another couple things just so you guys know what's coming up this weekend. Obviously, right now they're starting the Linux sysadmin course. I would be in that study group if I wanted to get involved with this. I'll just say that. But then coming up this weekend, we'll do the practice Linux interviews on Friday night. Again, wife's out of town. I got nothing to do. It's probably going to be pizza and monsters and hanging out with you guys. And then we got a bash study group on Saturday. That's been really good. Like, Kolkus has been running that. He asks questions, and he gives you guys little challenges in there. And then he also shows you a lot of stuff. And you guys sit around and pick each other's brain on bash, which I tell you guys, you don't have to be some, wildly deep in the weeds bash expert. But I will tell you this. You interact with Linux through bash almost exclusively nowadays. All your modern Linux is in bash, unless you go over to C shell or something. But you will almost exclusively use bash. So you should know a good handful of things or be able to reference them. And that's what that course would be good for. Is you're just picking the brains of other people that also like to do command line stuff with you. So I think that's kind of a good. Got a track to cut tonight. What are you working on, Hayes? What are you cutting? Oh, you're doing music, right? Yeah, Hayes, you're doing music. Yeah, I like that. Linux sysadmin course, we have 138 people say they're interested. We had 208 the first time we ran it, but again, only like 9 finished it. I mean, it's a challenging course, guys. There's a lot of stuff. The security engineering course is down to 106. We were at 108 the other day. That's challenging for people too, right? We're not making the stuff easy, not because I'm trying to gatekeep. I think you guys can all do this, right? I'm not trying to gatekeep on you guys. What I'm trying to get you guys to do is challenge yourselves and push yourselves a little bit. It shouldn't be easy. If it's easy, you're not going to change any, right? That's the gym, that's college. Probably one of my, if you guys ever get me going on my pet peeves, right? I got a lot of pet peeves, right? But one of them that really gets me is when somebody's like, "Oh, that's just a piece of paper," or "Oh, that belt you have in jiu-jitsu is just something you could have bought off of Amazon for $10." And it's like, okay, that's true, but it's not true in that like you spent some time and you learned and you changed in some way, right? So anyways, these courses are there. I'm not trying to sell the course on you. We're going to do on Saturday night when we're hanging out after, we're going to do the 2 groups, and I take an hour break in between each. Then we're going to do like getting into streaming. So if you guys want to like, I claim no great expertise in this space, but I can at least show you guys the basics of it. I can show you guys what you need if you want to have like OBS, like, because I don't pay for Streamlabs OBS anymore. I just run my own OBS. And if you want to run your own OBS and then have, there's an add-in you have to plug in for multiple output. It doesn't come by default in there. So then I can show you guys that. So then you can be on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time if you want. YouTube is much better for persistent content, whereas like Twitch deletes your stuff every, I think it's 7 days at first. And then when you become an affiliate, they don't delete your stuff for a while. So anyways, I'm going to show you guys that. I'm going to show you guys how to like set up a green screen, which I don't always normally even care about, but I'll do that. So we'll do that on Saturday night, and we'll just kind of hang out and talk shop and stuff. And I'll probably be working on some other stuff and showing you guys stuff. Looks like we got 11 people now for that, so that might be good. Writer's Room. This is the guys that are working on the course. And they've been doing a lot of work on keeping that like updated for you guys and stuff. And hopefully we get like final copies of those soon, of the course, where you can just download them. I tell you guys all the time, if you just come in and take the course and go, we'd prefer if you stayed, but we can't make you. And then I'm going to do some academic stuff on Sunday night. This is not going to be recorded, but we're going to do 2 hours of like research reading and dissertation work. I'm going to actually be working on stuff for my dissertation, so we'll be hanging out on there. I had thought about, we for sure won't record the first one, but maybe later ones, if people want to hang out with us and study, we'll do that. But I mean, not everybody, look guys, it's not as glamorous. Like I know everybody thinks like it's like pull up your hoodie and do hacker man shit all the time. No, a lot of this stuff is boring, and you're just sitting like this at a command line, like this is boring for a lot of people. I was saying earlier how I'm kind of a madman, so I can do it. I think that there's a certain amount of madness in all of us that can sit at a command line all day. But and then here's all of our conference that's coming up. We do a conference. We have a bunch of guest speakers come in. That's going to be on August 9th and 10th when our group turns 11. We'll turn 6 on Discord. So hopefully we're almost to 4,000 people now, so hopefully we'll be at 4,000 by then. And then we're going to do like a pregame the night before. We're just going to hang out. I told the guys that have been around a while to think of all their best and funniest stories and stuff like that, and we'll like share stories of the group and stuff. Because some guys have been hanging out since it was just me running this group at my house, and all of those guys are in tech. Everybody that used to come to the house, well, there's people that dropped out over the years, but the people that consistently came, they're all in tech. They're all doing tech stuff right now. So, this is one of these things I think you just need to stick with it. Can you determine the MTU of the network with ping? I'll show you guys this sometimes. If you do an if config, you'll see an MTU of 1500. Do you guys all know what an MTU of 1500 means? Well, that means that when your stuff, as your data are flowing down through your system, they get headers applied after they get to layer 4. So they're flown from layer 7 down. When they get to layer 4 and become a segment for the first time, they get a header of typically either TCP or UDP. There are other types of headers that can be on there as well. There can be UDP with like RSTP in there, or RTP, real-time transport protocol, right? Or SRTP, which is secure real-time transport protocol. Those can be in there. But then you come down a little bit more and you get an IP header put on it at layer 3, right? And then what will happen is we drop down and we put it into a frame, and that frame has a maximum transmission unit of 1500. So if something comes down from above, a packet, and the packet is bigger than 1500, it has to be chopped in half and put into 1500 or smaller frames. That makes sense, right? If I showed you this water bottle right here, and I told you this water bottle is like, I don't know, 8 inches or something, and then I told you that the box I was about to put it in was 4 inches by 4 inches, wouldn't most of you say, well, Scott, you've got a problem here. You've got to do something to that. Well, what we do is a thing called fragment, and we put it in 2 places. Now, this doesn't fragment well, right? Like, what would happen if I cut this? Not good. By the way, do you know what would happen if I compressed this? This is water. Did you guys know you can't compress water? Water can't be compressed, right? Yeah, use a compressor. You can't compress water. I mean, you could shoot it out the sides of this thing, but you can't physically compress water. It doesn't work. So, so then we say, okay, well, I can ping, and then I need to know the proclivities of ping that I can do size of, let's say, 1500, and then I'm going to ping over to like actually, we'll just ping our gateway. What's our gateway? We'll just ping -C1-S, and what's our default gateway here? It's, we'll say 1500, and we'll go 192.168.11.200.1, right? And we'll ping over there, and we'll get something back. Now, it was 1500 bytes, and it told me that it received that one packet back, and it's cool. But what it didn't tell you under the hood is it cut that thing in half and put it in two frames to send it. And you say, how would you know that? Well, we could use TCP dump and prove that, or we can prove it right here. And this is actually the question right here. Can you determine it with ping? So can we use ping to determine that? Yeah, let's come back here. And let's say you can do -C1 and you can do that, but now the -M is due. So we are going to set the don't fragment bit. So you say, wait, it's due to don't? Yes. It's do set the don't fragment bit. And I hit that, and it'll go. I say, okay, so I can't cut that 1500 bytes. What could I fit? Well, let's go to like 14. I think 1472 will work. That worked. Let's go to like 1476 because there's a header, right? There's a header on a frame that has to stay under it, and that's too long. So 1472 coming down the pike will fit with the header. 1476 is too big. So the header, let's do one other one. It's too long as well. How about 1473? Too long. So 1472, let's do a little quick goat math. That means, if anybody can tell me what that's from, I'll be super impressed. I don't think anybody here knows what I'm talking about when I say, let's do some quick goat math. So there's 28 bytes of header for the Ethernet 2 frame that's going to go across the network, and that's exactly 1500 bytes, which is our maximum transmission unit. There was a problem back in the day with like the first PlayStation. You'd go to put it on, actually I think, yeah, it was the first PlayStation. So right, this is like late 90s, early 2000s. You'd go to put the PlayStation on your network, and it would be sending frames that were just too big. So you could go into your router back then, and you would adjust the MTU so that it wouldn't be a problem, and then your PlayStation would work properly. This was kind of a very famous thing back in the, let's call that like early iteration of the internet days. But that's how you kind of that's how you determine it right there, right? And it's you have to understand, like for all the things that I just did, you've got to understand how the data are flowing through your system. You have to understand that when a packet hits, when it gets the packet header at layer 3 and then goes to drop down into layer 2, it's almost like these little rail cars sitting there. They're almost like these little rail cars sitting there. And the rail car can be 1500 bytes. So if you don't fit, we chop you into pieces. If you say, don't chop me into pieces, which you are absolutely allowed to do with your traffic, I will now break because I come again. It's an immovable object running into an immovable object against an unstoppable force, right? That's the thing. And the goals and the goats bite a lot. Yeah, he button hooked me, man. Hayes, do you know what he's talking about? He's like, go to sleep, old man. You've got a long day ahead of you tomorrow of drinking and beating the fuck out of me. Do you know what that's from? If you know what that's from, I'd be super, super impressed. Hold on. Use a compressor. What kind of audio? I am not much of an audio engineer. I mean, I understand audio because I have a degree in network engineering. So my degree did a lot of compression of codecs and stuff, but I'm not most of that. Oh, no, Hayes, it's older than anime. Well, it's not older than anime, but it's something much older. It's it's from an old Adam Sandler CD from the 90s. We used to crack up to this in like 7th and 8th grade. But yeah, it's an old Adam Sandler CD, and in that one he's a goat. Adam Sandler's playing a goat, and then the old man is yelling at him, and it's a pretty funny little skit. Yeah. So in that skit, he goes, "I did some quick goat math. I did some quick goat thinking. I did some quick goat math," and I think he said "quick goat thinking" is what he actually said, and then because he goes, "Goat, how are you on a roller coaster?" And he goes, "Oh, they superimposed me, man." Yeah, they're all gonna laugh at you is one of the good ones too. Yeah. Oh man, and then I play the one sometimes for people, Fatty McGee. I played that for my wife, and she was like, "You think this is funny?" And I'm like, "This is one of the funniest things I've ever heard." Fatty McGee walking up the steps and like sounding the alarm because he's breathing so heavy. Oh, Tawny said I was able to identify all my IPv4 networks live in 000. Yeah, 0. Yeah. Yeah, good times, right? All right. Yeah, can you identify all your IPv4 and IPv6 networks? That was the one I showed earlier. You've got a bunch of different ways. IP adder will do it, and then it'll tell you stuff about the network. One of my favorite ones coming up. Can you list all your open ports? This is so basic, and some of you guys that hang around, you're like, "Scott, you show all your open ports like all the time when you're working on servers." And I'm like, hell yeah, I do. I need to remember. It's almost like I need like a little meme of this. Hold on, have you guys ever seen this? Hold on. Like a little GIF. I'm sure there's a little GIF of this where like that's how I feel sometimes when I'm doing stuff. You guys ever seen like an otter checking that all his rocks are still there? That's how I feel like when I'm doing stuff sometimes. Like, because I don't always remember. I'm in a console. I'm doing things, but I don't always remember something I typed a few seconds ago. So like sometimes I'll be looking at it. So you'll see me do like netstat often to kind of like see how the system is, what I have on, what's being allowed in, like, and I'm almost just like testing my little. Let's see if there's a good one where the otter's like playing with all their rocks. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. So me and my wife love looking at the stupid little otters. But like otters will just sit there and they'll like just like play with stuff. And that's how I feel sometimes when I'm like playing with a system. I'm like, okay, I don't remember, but all right. Anyways, all right. I don't know. That was a far little thing, but SS-NTULP. You still have netstat-NTULP on most systems. There are other netstat and SS things that you can use to see what's going on in your system. I would highly advise people to just kind of get used to looking at what's open on your system and what's listening to and just what's going on with your systems. This is very important for like understanding behavior, understanding what's not going right, and maybe you're looking at two different nodes and like you've got a cluster of 10 servers and one of them's just not behaving correctly. Right? Well, they all came from the same cluster image. Why the hell is that one not behaving correctly? And then we got to go dig in. That would only tell us what's going wrong eventually, and then we would have to go and figure out what's causing it to go wrong. Maybe reboot it. Maybe it was just a timing error. Maybe there's some condition that happens. Maybe it accidentally that one booted off of an older image or something. You know, you're now over here in. Oh shit! I'll just go to Werewolf. Maybe you're looking at all the containers and you're like, oh, that one's just on a, they're on different containers. Well, that makes sense. This one should not, Hammer 9 should not boot like Rocky 1. We've got different containers being involved, right? We got different things going on between them. I shouldn't even be comparing between those two. They're so different in what the image is doing. Otters are despicable. Yeah, Hayes, you know what? There's a place up here in Arizona. We'll go up, we'll go sometimes kind of early. And from Phoenix, you can drive up. You go over to Arizona right as it opens. So you leave here around 6. You get up to Arizona. I think it opens at 8 or 8:30. And it is Bear, and then Arizona put together. So it's Arizona. And you go there and you drive around and you see bears and wolves and all that stuff. And then you go and you stop and there's all the individual animals and you can see a bunch of otters. There's otters that dive down in and stuff. And then we jump over and we go up it's about another 45 minutes from there to the Grand Canyon. So you could do a whole day trip, go see the Grand Canyon, do whatever, and then come back. So it's kind of a nice little trip out of Phoenix. I do it probably once every couple of years with the family. We don't do it all the time, but we do it every now and then. Lil Novi said NVIDIA SMIing to avoid using X server. I'm not sure exactly. I do use NVIDIA SMI, but that's mostly for when I'm doing GPU nodes and HPC clusters. But I've never used NVIDIA SMI for avoiding X server. That actually sounds interesting, though. I've never tried that, though. Can you list your open ports? Yeah, can you prove that DNS is working in a cluster? Hold on, let's pull this up again. Can you prove that DNS is working? How? Let me ask you this. Again, this is not a challenge. These aren't challenges for whatever. Somebody's trying to say, I don't know how to do it. No, this is, can you prove to yourself? You're on a node. You've been called out in the middle of the night. How do you prove that DNS is working on a box? You're kind of groggy and you're waking up and you're how do you know that DNS is working on your cluster? How do you validate that, right? Yeah, Tani, I think it's excellent for people to, because maybe you come into one of those and you go, I guess I just always assumed DNS was working. I never really thought to go dig in and I never really thought to go dig in and ping or NSLOOKUP or host or dig or any of these other things. I never really thought about how that happens. So, and you ping Google. That's one thing. It worked. But what resolver did you use? Did you use an internal resolver with a cache name, or did your system go out? And NSLOOKUP and host and dig will show you what resolvers you're using. So if you have stale data or bad data or something, maybe it's the way your systems are looking at the world, right? This is one of those things I tell you guys all the time. You're literally in the systems world. You're literally looking at a black background typically with green letters or white letters. This is it. How do I know what the hell this system's doing, right? I don't know what it's doing. I basically am just staring into the abyss like a monster. I need to understand my standard input, my standard out, my standard error, and how can I prove that this system has DNS working? Dig Google. I went to 8.8.8.8. Well, shoot, I wanted to resolve off of my 192.168.11.1, my internal one. Well, how? Resolve.conf. No, I don't have that in there. I'm not doing local resolution. I'm always going out to the web. Now, what I'm about to say is probably going to be laughable. In fact, I'm laughing just thinking about it. Maybe you're in a situation where and I don't think this is true anymore in anywhere in the world, but maybe you're trying to keep your WAN costs down and DNS queries from a bunch of systems. I can't even say it because I can't imagine that would ever override or go over the top of whatever your DNS. But I can say this: DNS is always a cost, always an operational cost. You'll never own your WAN. Your WAN link is always an operational cost for an organization. The only time in all the world where an organization doesn't have an operational cost, and it's a capital cost rather, would be if they were their own service provider. That's the only time. What do I mean by that? You guys know what I mean by an operational versus a capital cost. Operational costs mean I'm paying for it for the rest of my life, or it's the cost to do business, right? An operational cost in the business is keeping the lights on. You're never going to own the electricity company. Well, if you are the electricity company, that's not an operational cost. Well, actually, technically, them it still is because they're using their own service, and then there would be an internal cost. But it doesn't really matter that much. But a capital cost is something you can own. You can never own the internet linked to your house. Like me, I will never own. I have a Cox Lincoln and a CenturyLink. I have two different links coming into my house, and I will never own either of them. I will pay for them forever. Now, well, my company and my college will pay for them, but that's the point. Um, yeah, operational costs are recurring, and you're never going to essentially pay off an operational cost. Capital costs are something you buy and they depreciate over time. You buy something for $2 million, it's got a value of $2 million, and then the server depreciates over time, but your time value of whatever that is the time you bought it all the way down until it gets depreciated and out of your system. Yeah. How's it going, Atticus? Yeah. Operational and capital costs are very important to understand. Even you might say, Scott, you're an engineer. You've said over and over again that you're going to stay out of management. Yeah, it doesn't mean that I can't understand how the game, it doesn't mean that I can't understand that stuff, even though I don't want to be a manager. I can still understand it, right? I can still understand what how my company is spending money and how my decisions affect the company. I think that makes you a better engineer to understand that. Do you have to spend all your time thinking about it? Absolutely not. No. But I think that's important. What file? This one's fun. What file do we change to edit the port mapping? So I grep 22, let's say SSH from Etsy services. And then we do like an ss-ntulp. I show you guys this sometimes. I can see 22 here, but I'm going to take away the N, which forces the number resolution. And now I've got SSH right here. I have SSH right here shown. But if I VI Etsy services, and I go down here to this, and I change this from TCP SSH, so I say SSH stream, right, for our stream here. And I'll make this one SSH stream even though we're not using it. And then now I do that same command, and now instead of saying SSH, it's reading in real time from SSH stream. So I tell you guys, everything's mappable back to something else. Your system doesn't just have some secret knowledge that you can't go change. I shouldn't have done that to that file. You shouldn't do that kind of stuff if you don't know what you're doing, but I can go in there again, and I can go here, and I can say DW. Oh, shoot, didn't. Well, don't do that, because it went all the way to past the word boundary. I thought DW only went to the end of the word boundary. That's fine. But then just fix it, and then now in real time, we're back to just SSH. Normally, by the way, good practice is to copy Etsy services to like Etsy services dot like orig or something, and then go modify it, and then you can always diff them, if you need to figure out what somebody mucked around with in the system. That's actually going to be something in like 2 weeks when we're doing. It's a week now. This week is going to be Unit 7 monitoring, and then next week will be configuration drift and figuring out that kind of stuff on your systems, which is really part of your change management. But change management becomes very important for stability in systems. Stability is a big part of security for a system, right? The availability of a system is huge. And I told you guys this, if you're on an operational team, if you're doing admin work and whatever that looks like for you, on an operational team, the key performance indicator that always rides, the most important thing is uptime and uptime availability of a system. Uptime doesn't matter if like the uptime of the Linux server, but the service is down, that would be terrible. The availability of the service is the most important thing. So, all right. Tani, I do actually explain that to my students sometimes how. So there's a thing called the Telecommunications Act of 1996. I have to know it because that's what I went to school for. You guys have to know it because I know it. But no, in the Telecommunications Act of 1996, they defined incumbent local exchange carriers, ILECs, and CLECs, competitor local exchange carriers. And what happens there is if you wanted to tonight, any of you right now watching, if you wanted to tonight, go to like Cox Internet or CenturyLink, your local internet, and say, hey, I'm starting my own internet company. I want to use your incumbent lines, and I want a fair price for them for me to provide my internet service over your incumbent lines. You immediately become a competitor local exchange carrier. They have to give you a fair rate to use that, and you can immediately start taking contracts from people for using those services. Did you guys know that? A lot of people don't know you could start a phone company tonight. There's nothing stopping you. By law, they have to give you fair use to their lines. They have to allow you to connect over their lines for users. They have to give you all the same services that they have. If you guys didn't know that, that's 100%. If they stop you in any way, that's against that act, and you're not going to find any problems with that. In fact, Cox Internet has I have friends that used to work at their call center because network engineers go over there and work in call centers and stuff. I never did that. I was working at a school district, and then I ran the knock for GoDaddy, and that's NOC for knock. That was back in 2006. But anyways, Cox has their own divisions that will of help desk, where when you call in, they will actually say, "Hey, we're the name of Scott's Linux connected service," and they will troubleshoot as Cox employees pretending to be you. Not really pretending, they're just representing you, and then there you go. Hayes, you worked at Endurance. Is that like another ISP? But my point is, guys, if you despise your ISPs in your local area and want to challenge them, you can. They have to give you fair use. They have to give you the same price that they charge themselves internally on that line. They have to. Yeah. Hayes, did you ever see anybody start up a service or anything like that? I never have actually heard of Endurance. Out here in Phoenix, I only know of my options out here are I can do CenturyLink, I can do Cox. Cox just ran fiber all through my neighborhood, by the way, too. They were just like drilling in our front yard like a week ago. They were like the guy when you go to back out, there was a dude in my front yard like to this in the ground. He was like that low down in the ground, like they were doing they were running like conduit all through the neighborhood or something. I don't know. They had the big trucks out there, and then they were like running the conduit or whatever. Oh, they're just a domain registrar. Okay. Yeah. I did when I worked at GoDaddy, I was just their network operations, so I just tracked everything. And that was back before Bob Parsons took them public. So I tell people sometimes I'd get called by Bob Parsons in the middle of the night, and I'd be like, "Sir, are you like? I mean, everything's good, right?" I'd tell him everything's good, and then I go, "Are you okay? Like it's like 2 a.m." And he's like, I took the I'm out in Hawaii. So for Hawaii, it was only like 10:30 at night or whatever because I think they're 5 hours off of Phoenix. Sounds right. I think they're like 5 hours off of us or something. We don't change and Hawaii doesn't change, so we always they're 3 hours ahead of us, I think. Or we're 3 hours ahead of them rather. I think that's right. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. I do have a client out in Maui though that I deal with. I help them sometimes. All right, I do have a work call I could jump on right now, but I'm probably not going to. Oh, guys, I got to talk to the wife real quick, so let me do this real quick. Let me turn off my camera. Turn off that. Let's go to, we'll take a little quick break. So I'll pull up a little hourglass here and say, let's put it here, and then we were here, and I'm going to put 10 minutes, check on Ranger, and take a break. And I'll start that, and then we'll move this down, and we'll check on Ranger. Yeah, there's Ranger. We'll leave Ranger cam up. I'll go give Ranger some food and stuff. So I'll be back around, guys. Give me a second. I got to call the wife, too, so I'll be right back. Give me a few. Ranger doing? I saw Ranger walk away. I was down there by him. I gave him food. All right, what did I miss? Shock value. Worked for a registrar and web hosting company a few years in Seattle. Bought our competition in Atlanta. I closed the Seattle office and moved to Atlanta, which felt weird. Yeah, .com bust, I'm sure. They gave you 3 months of notice. We were being laid off, and managers immediately left. Yeah, shock value. That's actually really cool. We had one of my favorite places I've ever worked was when I worked at AAA. So AAA is the insurance company, but it's CSA is the arm of it. And we used to have just we had managers, but we had like an unwritten rule. I never saw this anywhere. I never saw this in the HR book or anything. It was just like Friday afternoons, people just kind of started leaving around 1. And now you knew you were going to be available. Some of us were on call and stuff like that. But honestly, like to find anybody in that office past like 3 p.m. on a Friday was very rare. And you did not schedule meetings after lunch on Friday because people just wouldn't respond anyway. So, yeah, I always liked that about it. There was never anything on the books about it. It was just, we just kind of left. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, 137. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'd say work from home for me is like, you know, a lot of kicking stuff off, watching it run, watching Netflix, doing other stuff. Like I'm constantly working on multiple things, you know. So we're almost at the end of our break. I found some red vines. The wife had left me some red vines downstairs, so I'm munching on them. I'm one of those guys, you know, some people are like red vines or Twizzlers, and one of them tastes like wax and the other one tastes like wax, and I like both of them. I'm one of those, I can do either. Yeah, you'll never find stuff that divides people on the internet, like black licorice. Well, black licorice is one. For sure, pineapple on pizza, that'll get people. What's some other ones? There's a lot of them that'll like really divide people. Like when I say that divide people, I mean like benign. Obviously, there's things that we could talk about that would really, really fire people up, but I don't like doing any of that stuff. I'd rather just talk tech with you guys. So went to our sheriff's office the other week, and the fridge was full of beer and Red Bull. Yeah, so guys, I work out of a data center sometimes in Phoenix here. It's called the there's an Align data center in Phoenix. So it's right here. And you used to be able to get in off of Union Hills. And I live just down Union Hills. So I live about a few miles over. And this is a data center. And now you got to come in over here, which you used to be able to come in off of Union on 25th Avenue. But now you got to go up the on-ramp to the freeway to get over here. But the reason I like it is when you go inside of a Align data center, they have a fully stocked fridge of all like the drinks. They don't have Monsters or Red Bull, but they have like every other drink that you can think of, sodas. And then they have a full, like you could eat there every morning if you want to. I mean, I wouldn't go in there and do that, but like they have it wouldn't be like really healthy food for you, but like snack food. You could have like they have like powdered and chocolate donuts and stuff like that. So Twizzlers are just melted down Walmart plastic bags. That's funny. Which means you must love red vines then, right? When I was a kid, I liked red vines because you could like just bite the ends off them and use them as a straw. And then you'd get even more sugar with your probably soda that you were drinking in the movie theater. So. That's fair enough. Yeah, this ends right here, and now there's a building here. I wonder if I can see this from a satellite. Yeah, so back in the day, you used to drive in here, you would turn left, and then you would come right in here. But now all of this is a new building. So there's a building right here now. Yeah, and this used to all be Honeywell. 24th drive, not 25th. So yeah, the Align data center, pretty good little data center. Very, very like clean in there. Very nice. You walk around and people are cleaning that place all the time, so it's actually kind of nice. All right. So what are we doing? We're checking on Ranger Dog. Watching our stuff spin. Move this down here a little. There is, courses that you guys can go hang out and do. There's, I think people are studying. Yeah, there's people studying right now down in the Discord. So you can actually go and study with a bunch of other people if you want. Actually, there's not too many right now, but there was more earlier. Go in there and hang out. Lots of stuff to do is my point, right? Because like a lot of times as tech people, we just like, you could put me in a basement, I'll never talk to anybody all day, and I'll be fine. And most people would probably think like, oh, you're a college professor, so you're outgoing, you're an extrovert. I'm not an extrovert. I am 100%. Like my wife's gone right now until Sunday, and like I could literally just sit at home right here and play video games. And I would have to make myself get up and go like feed Ranger and go downstairs and stuff. Because like other than that, I mean I have everything I need up here. I mean I have these red vines now, and I have my water. I don't really need to go downstairs for anything, but yeah, But anyways, my point in saying that is you can go hang out with other engineers and other people that are doing stuff if you guys want. All right. How do you connect to another server? You can use a lot of tools. Telnet will almost always get flagged by security scans because you really shouldn't have. From a operational standpoint, Telnet should never be used for anything except to just test that a port's open. Telnet's great. Like Telnet, some server on some port, boom, you can just see if it's open. But other than that, like actually transmitting data or configuring servers, you really shouldn't use it for that. SSH is good enough. It works. It does all the things it needs to. You probably shouldn't have been using Telnet for the last 20 years or so. Actually, I guess technically you should have never been using Telnet, but in general, don't use Telnet in your system. The only reason admins use it is just to test server connections. And you can get away with Netcat. So Netcat will do most of that same stuff for you. So NC is your Netcat. Also, NC Netcat is the underpinnings of everything you would do with Nmap anyways. So Nmap is really just a wraparound NCAT if you go look at it. And I show some ways to connect. And can you connect to a server via 3 levels of debug? Yeah, you just do a bunch of V's and it'll debug the crap out of it. If you guys have never seen that before, it looks like this, right? SSH-VVV, Rocky 19. And it'll just show me everything that happened as I went over there. Now, I have a known host problem. I may want to go clean up my known hosts for that server, because look at all those. Now, that's not a major problem. That's like an error or a warning. But it's not even really that. It's just a debug. But it's the fact that I found so many things under known hosts that I really should just clean those all out. But then it did eventually accept my private key to connect over to the public key. That should be right here. Should say accepting. Maybe it's right up here. Accept the key. Where does it show it? Should show it accepting. Here's offering our public key. And where's our acceptance? Should be right in here. I don't know why I don't see it. Normally you see it accept the key. Do it with just one. Be easier to see. I don't know why I didn't see it. Normally you actually see it accept. There's our attempt. And then we should see accept. It's the cluster key that here it is. Server. I don't know why I don't know why I couldn't see that. That should be up there though as well. Should be right before that line. Server connects via pub key. Right there. There's the, no, that's the channel. Yeah, here it is. So authenticated to it using pub key. Ah, there's where it sent it. Yeah, so there's where it accepted. Okay, so we got these debug 3s in between. And then that's technically a debug 1. Weird that it's on its own line like that. Anyways, but we connected over either way. You don't need the V's normally. You only need them if something's wrong. Right. There's our connection. Can you prove you have nothing blocking port 80 to Google? Yeah, you can just curl Google. You also get away with a NC over to Google port 80. Oh. There you go. Curl worked. And NC. It's going to hold the connection open. So we just close and see that we connected on port 80. So we were able to get over there on port 80. So how do you want to check? Different levels of wanting to check things. The top one wouldn't necessarily be super useful if I was like writing a script, but the bottom one would be what I'd use for a script. Because now from that, I can say echo $0. And if I connected to port 80, that is analogous to a 0 on that code. And then that would be my check in my script. My check would be this. And then, you know, I don't know. Google check equals. Actually, you could just do that. Is that right? Yeah, it should work. And then, yeah, there you go. And then you could check that against things for logically for the rest of your script. Can you copy a file from one server to another? That's important. Oh. What's in some file? It's just some information. Can I SCP some file over to Rocky 19 temp? Some file here to Rocky 19 temp. Let's try a test file. What's going on here? Oh. Hold on a second, guys. Is something I did like 2 hours ago coming back to bite me? Hold on. No, I did unmount it. Okay. No, I didn't unmount it. Fucking guys, I made it read only. Like an hour and a half ago when we were messing around, 2 hours ago, I made that read only. Oh my gosh, hold on. Let's rerun this. That was I was being dumb. Let's mount it, read. Actually, we could just remount. My bad. All right. Fucking stupid. All right, anyways, so here's our sum file up to test. What's stupid? I forgot I did that and didn't reboot the box. So, yeah, I was trying to write into a read-only file system, right? So, that's always funny. Ridiculous. Could I pull that file back? Yeah. There we go. Sumfile.now. So I gave it a different name so we weren't writing over the same file. Not that it matters, it is the same file, but I just wanted to pull it down and show you guys that I gave it a new name. This one says, can you capture all the packets on an interface? Can you capture all the packets on an interface to a file? Yeah, so you do TCP dump, and then maybe you only want from control plane a node 01 to drop in there. This is more on the lab if you're doing the Killer Coda labs. And then you can add a -W for temp Wireshark PCAP. That .pcap is a file extension that's known by Wireshark, and then you can open it on Wireshark on any other machine. You would just pull it down, and then you would open it. So that's how I would do that. So I think that's a useful thing, definitely useful thing to know how to do for like admin troubleshooting on systems. You know, like we have to go to where the system is and see how the system is behaving in the wild. And one of the ways to do that is to inspect all the traffic in and out with TCP dump. So TCP is very useful for that. TCP dump is very, very useful for just grabbing all the unfiltered information in the system. So let me give you guys our Discord. Sometimes somebody's new. They haven't heard that we got Discord that you guys can go hang out in, talk shop with other people down there. I'll drop it over on the YouTube side as well. And yeah, we're just running our Socratic method up there while I'm doing other stuff. I've been working on different stuff, and you can see what the Socratic method is it's asking yourself questions and making sure that you can kind of test understanding of things. Verifying to yourself that you can do these things so that when it's late at night and you're trying to figure out what's wrong with systems, you're not trying to you don't want to try to figure out how the tools work late at night. That's like the worst thing. You need to know how the tools work before the fight comes, if you will, before the little whatever's on the network keeping everything from working happens, So check on Ranger. He's got food. I gave him food and water. I gotta give him his meds in a little bit here. Looks like he's doing okay. He's moving around a little bit. I don't know why he likes his bed so much, but he does. Can you show all the hops between your server and Google? That's a fun one. Bad thing about these red vines, stuck in your teeth. I've never tried trace path before. It's normally trace route. Got a no reply. I expect quite a few of those normally. Those tend to be internal hops of routers that are not replying to ICMP. ICMP echo resolution of any type tends to be turned off on enterprise type devices, unless you're coming from a specific range that should be able to ping it. I'm not used to seeing this many. It might just not get one back. Okay, so then we go check. I'm surprised I don't have trace route on this box. See what trace route's going to put on there. Yep, just the package, just the tool. And that's good. So there's a trace route. Trace route found 15 and then stopped, right? This one found 7. And I bet you if we did it again, it would find different. Like it's depends on the route you took to get there. It's not always going to be the same. So we got no reply earlier now. Yeah, it's going to be different depending on what tools you use. But what's most important, here's the thing. Stuff after it leaves my network. If I'm a network engineer or I'm a Linux engineer supporting my network engineers, all the stuff after hop 2, like right there, don't matter to me. And you say, why? Well, because it's outside of my, what we call, well, I guess as engineers, we call them autonomous systems. It's outside of my autonomous system. It's past my demarcation point. I can't control it anyways. So if it's past that, I got to call an ISP if I still can't get something to work. If it's before that, which is likely if it's our fault, it's going to be something in here. Also, corporate networks are going to have more hops before they get out. But let's say it was these ones. These would be the ones that would be interesting to me and my network engineers. These ones, let's say this is where it left my network. Can't help that anymore. Again, like if I'm resolving DNS and I'm just not getting there, it's either something on the internal side or it's something as it leaves my network. So that's something we'd have to look at. And Traceroute will help you with that. All right. Can you all capture all the traffic on your primary interface? Yeah. Yeah, you just do some kind of typically Wireshark, right? Traceroute for hops. We get into SAR. So we can do SAR -N TCP 1 maybe. And now we'll just get all the TCP traffic every 1 second forever. Most of the time we do something like 110 and then we'd sit here and eat a red vine, and for 10 seconds that will capture data. These are non-error. If I want errors, I look at this, ETCP. Whoops, ETCP. If I suspect I'm having problems with TCP connections, this is where I'd start looking. And you can look at them side by side. TCP and ETCP, and then you'll see them together. Does anybody here, before I show it, and I know some of you have been here before, does anybody here know what the Doom port is? Who remembers the game Doom? Came from, Wolfenstein 3D and then Doom. Was it like ID software or id software, whatever that is? That guy went on to like build rockets and stuff, the guy who started that company. What's that called? Does anybody know what the Doom port is? Kind of funny. Doom's been around a long time. I want to say late 80s, early 90s. They're still making that game too, by the way. Well, they're making new versions of it. You guys probably all know that, but so can you capture all the traffic on the primary interface? Sure. Can you list the Doom port? I think that's the next question. Can you test the speed? We saw that. Can you show all the TCP IP errors? We did that. Can you list the Doom port as your system defines it? That's right there. Yeah. Yeah, the Doom port's TCP and UDP 666. That's what they picked. Yep. Can you read from port 22 to see the banner information on the other side? So can I go and maybe NC? Telnet would do it. I don't have Telnet. That didn't show it. I have the answer right here. Oh, NC would do it. Netcat like that without this, but I would probably throw a timeout on the front of it. So, because otherwise it'll just hold the connection open. But a timeout with a 3 will only last for 3 seconds. And then I can see that it's OpenSSH 8.7. So sometimes people think, oh, I'll just change my SSH port to some other port and then I'll be very clever and nobody will ever find SSH on my system. And it's like, no, a simple Nmap scan will scan all the ports. Takes about 20 seconds. Scan all the ports. See the open ones that are responding. Try to connect to it. Get back the SSH header, which your system has to respond with if you want to be running SSH. And then now your security through obscurity has only made you feel better at night. It hasn't actually done anything for you. So, hey Quartz One, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you and Lil Nova. We're just hanging out. I'm doing some Socratic Linux, and I was working on some other stuff and just kind of hanging out. The wife's out of town, so I'm really just hanging out. Me and Ranger. Well, Ranger's just standing there. I mean, he's being Ranger, man. We're gonna keep an eye on him. See what he's up to. What's he doing? Oh. That's a little couch, that bed. I've never seen him play with a toy. Never. And that's not necessarily a toy, but I'm going to tell you guys, he has the 4 toys that we've ever bought him in his life. Did I tell you guys that? I've probably told you guys that before. Ranger has chewed up probably, 100 tennis balls in his life. He chews tennis balls. Chases tennis balls. He has never in his life bit or attacked or played with, besides just kind of sleeping by, any of his toys. I don't know, some dogs like to chew on everything. That has never been Ranger. He's never been a chewer. And the only thing he ever wanted to chase, he will not chase any other type of ball but the normal little tennis balls. Yeah, Ranger's a good dog. He's been more active the last few months because I think he's like kind of on this downhill slide, and he stays very active, almost like it's like he's like in a lost or like in a loop. But he's a good dog. We love him. We love Ranger. And since the wife's out of town, I'm on like full Ranger watch detail. If anything happens with Ranger, I got to get him to the vet. I got to make sure. But he's kind of at this point where it's like I don't like, I know it's really hard for him to stand up, and I know that's because of pain. We know that because we've taken him to the vet a few times. Like I don't want to make it real bad for him. Like I'm not going to be one of those guys that like hangs on, for try to give him another 5 years or something. He doesn't have 5 years left in him, guys. But he's a good dog, and I'm going to give him as much quality of life as he can. But when it's near the end, I'm not gonna make him suffer a whole bunch. I think that's not fair. So not fair to him. But yeah. So anyways, so I'm on Ranger watch is my point. But we're hoping he makes it to June 7th because we're gonna have one more. We have parties over here, like pretty big parties at the house, and when I say big, I mean like 60 plus people. Like there'll be a lot of family and kids and stuff here. And Ranger loves them. He just, because he wants to get food or whatever. But the kids all go sit by him and like pet him and stuff. And it's always real fun for him. But anyways, the point is I hope Ranger just makes it at least to that day. His birthday's in October, like October 27th, I think. I got his little birthday on a card. So does he get more? Yeah. Little Nova. Ranger goes out a lot in the early morning, and he likes to like smell outside and like. Because like the it can be kind of nice sometimes for him, so that's what he does. That's his Ranger for you. How's it going, Johnny man? We were just checking out Ranger Dog, seeing how he was doing. We're getting into disc topics next. One of the things that comes up often when I say how many disks do you have on a system, people will often say, oh, DF-H. Well, the problem with DF-H is it only looks at mounted file systems. So in physical disks, or in physical servers, sometimes you have a bunch of disks that were added on build or for whatever reason didn't get picked up in the normal schema as something was built through automation or something. So maybe you need to go see what additional capacity you might be able to squeeze out of a server. And you might say, well, that doesn't sound like best practice. Hey, if your company's in the business of buying servers, still, like, there's going to probably be some stuff that you got to go check on and, make sure that, especially if they're older servers and you're trying to just squeeze some extra functionality out of them for a little while before you wait. Maybe you're doing a proof of concept on them or something. Yeah, maybe you got to go check what disks are in there. Well, there's a bunch of commands right there. I'll tell you all the disks that your system knows it has. All of those commands will work whether you're a physical or a virtual machine. So, because we're coming at it from a sysadmin standpoint, we're coming into a server that was partitioned or provisioned, or we physically got over the network. Maybe we inherited it and we just went into it via IPMI, and we got a base kernel running on it. We got a base Linux box running, and then we go check it. So that's what we do. So that's how you check how many disks you have right there, and what the disks are and all that kind of stuff. Partitions on them. Oh well, here's the next question. How do you check how many partitions you have? Same type of thing. ls block -f. We have a lot on our systems, and we know that we have a lot because we actually use these systems for carving up, right? ls-f will give us even more information about what's going on inside of these. And xvde, we added ext4 on earlier when we made it part of the temp/temp file system earlier. We were just messing around, right? We did that just to see if we could do it, right? What else do we have? Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on this weekend, guys. We're gonna have a lot of, I think a lot of fun this weekend. People getting in and hanging out in Discord. We got the security and the Linux admin course. I'm gonna start prepping the next course because the guys have been wanting to do an automation course. So I'm gonna try to do a little bit of an automation course for you guys. Hopefully, I don't know, man. I've been looking at all these like I keep getting all these job offers for like high performance compute, and I already have a job in the high performance compute world, so I don't necessarily want another one. But I do want you guys to get ready for that. And one of the things that I've really been wanting to plan out and build out is like a werewolf cluster, for a set of labs where you guys can do werewolf builds. I can do that now, but it would take a lot of planning, and I kind of want to make it its own environment. So what I'm going to do, I've got a few things that I got to do. I always call this the free cell problem. Does anybody here ever played the game Free Cell? This is what Free Cell looks like right here. And the problem with Free Cell is you get these messed up cards and you only have 4 spots to move them. And then you've got the one in your hand. So if these are all empty, you can move five cards at a time. But if they're full, or if the cards are not in the right suit order, you can't move them. You got to put them up there first and then reorder, right? So Free Cell problem for me is always this engineering problem where we've got like some storage and then we've got this new storage, but we want to move everything over, but maybe we don't have the full capacity of the new storage yet. So now we're waiting, or we are still writing things in. So I just call it the Free Cell problem. When I'm having a hard time moving things, like even with moving into my new office here, I've got the old office, and then I've got this other office, and then we've got like the hallway out here and the landing as kind of like the buffer in between. So there's like this big mess of like stuff out there as me and the wife are moving our offices around, right? So anyways, so where I'm going with that is, shoot, I don't even remember where I was going with that. Oh, when I redo the lab, which is here, the thing I have to fix first is how the Bastion is working. The Bastion just lets you guys pick which server you want to jump into. There's no knowledge, there's no thought process to it. It just sends you off, shoots you off to whatever server. Well, I don't want that anymore. I want you guys to be able to say I'm in the admin course and it just sends you to the Rocky boxes. And I want you to say you're in the Hammer course or the security course and it just sends you over here. If I do that, and I always check that the users are there and the servers have been rebooted and that they're available, I can probably knock the Rocky servers down to like only 5 and the Hammer servers down to only like 5 as well, just with the capacity of people using them. We could greatly limit that. I had just randomly picked 19 and 25 in case you guys didn't know. I was like, this is probably the capacity. But I can do this smarter, and I'm going to use Ansible for it. I actually have most of it written already. Some of you guys saw me write it. But then we're going to knock this down. And then when we have that capacity lower, what I could do is this. I could take, if I'm only up to Rocky 5 and then all of these guys are gone, then I could take this one server here and I could move all of these Hammer servers onto them. So all of Hammer and all of Rocky would be in one place. And then this one here, this big server, who's pretty beefy, he could then become I would have individual VLANs for him, and each of his VLANs would become their own little cluster for Werewolf. And then all I would do is have like 2 nodes and then Werewolf, and you guys would jump into the Werewolf front ends, and you guys would do your work in each of your individual little Werewolf clusters. All I would need for that, for each, if I did that like that, the Werewolf clusters, I would need 4 nodes. So this box right here can handle, so he's at 25, so I can handle 6 of them because it's times 4. So I could handle 6 Werewolf clusters in here, assuming that I had a Werewolf server, 2 like, you know, generic servers that you guys could configure in whatever way you wanted, and then a third, and then the last server would be the router. 1 server has to function as the router. So that's what happens up here with the tool called cRouter. He functions as a router for the whole back end of this network. So right now we have a primary network, my 192.168.11 network, and then we have 192.168.200, which is all of our Werewolf. And what we would do is, and that's VLAN 1, we would probably just start doing 192.168.201, and that would be probably, I'd call that VLAN 201, because you have you have 1 to 4094 that you can use for your VLANs if you want. So I would just call it by its IP and a 3rd octet, and then you guys would have your own Werewolf cluster. So I've thought about doing that, because, and then you say, well, Scott, you went pretty far deep in there when you were talking about all these HPC jobs that people keep trying. Well, I'm already doing HPC, and I already do a lot of Werewolf. But all these jobs people are asking for, one of the cluster managers that's by far the most emergent is Werewolf. Everybody's building Werewolf. I have like 10 clusters I'm building right now on Werewolf. I've told you guys that before, for different government customers and contracts and stuff. In fact, when I was getting pinged earlier, that was for a Werewolf. Well, it was a Werewolf head node, but it was a Linux problem underneath. The guy had added a disk and busted everything. So now I gotta hop in with a call with him tomorrow. Actually, let me go check that. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay. So yeah. So that conversation will be tomorrow. Okay. Oh shoot! I got the message from. What is it saying here? Shit. All right. Yeah. I just realized I had another Slack message from them. All right. I'll have to work on that later. All right. So can you check partitions that aren't even mounted? We see that with ls block, right? And how about this one? Can you check disk IO over time? So why would you want to check disk IO? Well, it's one component of disk. When we talk about processing, RAM, disk, and network as the big 4 in systems world, there are things besides just filling up disk. There's also how fast your pipe is in and out of the disk. So my Rocky 19 box here, I can use iostat-d1, and every 1 second I can just see how much my disks are being used. I don't expect them to be used much because we're actually writing everything in RAMFS here, so that's fine. But if I was using it, I can use iostat-xz and maybe 110. And now what this does something a little different. If you watch this, this does something different. And I would ask you guys, if you look at like iostat-d and you're seeing this, and this is every second, nothing going, right? All zeros. But how does that compare with this? And what's some major difference here that we see? I'm still eating my red vines too, by the way. What was this BWM? Somebody told me this one before. Let's see if we can install this. DNF install this tool. Let's see what's going on with it. I don't know what that was, but I just lost something on my network. All right, so we can see what's going on in my disk. And it looks like it's doing it every few seconds, too. That's pretty cool. I have no idea what I just lost in my network, by the way, either, but it sounds like something just disconnected. I don't think it was you guys. Looks like you guys are still here. Oh, look at that. That's a pretty good one. BWM-NG. I don't even think I've ever messed with that before. Can you verify your disk read and write speed? Are you getting the throughput that you expect? Well, you can use some writes with just DD. DD is a great command for it. I like the DD command for this. And you can spin it up to different block size writes and reads to see how performant your SAN that you might have, your storage area network, is for different side reads and writes over the network. This is kind of a component thing that you can play with. I have a few. I do think we did it a little bit in lab 3 of the sysadmin course, but we do it again in like lab, one of the later labs. We do like actual testing and testing methodology and stuff, benchmarking methodology, and I show you guys a little bit of that. And then I tell you, go find other things that you might want to track or test on a system, right? But that's one. Go ahead and stop that. Can you verify your disk read and write speed? I think you guys can do that. And then we get into security topics. All right, so we'll talk security a little bit. This is, guys, this is a little presentation I put together a few years ago, where we just do what's called the Socratic method. We're not like challenging ourselves or trying to really trick ourselves. You know, there's none of that going on. It's just, can I do these things? Do I understand how to do these things at the Linux command line? And basically, we're just kind of checking ourselves a little bit. Like, do I understand if I'm like called out in the middle of the night on a Saturday night and I'm groggy and wiping sleep out of my eyes and trying to fix some problem for somebody? Do I understand how the component pieces of like what type of things can I check and what do I understand? So the first one is you get asked what users have logged into the server. You know, you have something weird going on with some server. Can you check that? Last. We can see who's connected. We can see where they've connected from. Thanks for the follow. Mute. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are not working too hard right now. We're just kind of hanging out on was this Wednesday? Doing system stuff, you know. Asking ourselves questions like what users logged into the system in the last 24 hours. Can we make that? Now we've got a since today, and that'll only show the ones in the last 24 hours. So that's a newer functionality. Some older Linux from even like 5 years ago didn't have this. I only found out about it recently because I was playing with this. But this was showing me all the way back to May 3rd. I only wanted today, the last 24 hours. Well, okay, today is not really the last 24 hours, but we can pretend. We can say since yesterday. There's a bunch of keywords it'll take, and that'll go all the way back to the 6th. And maybe that's more of what we wanted. We wanted stuff yesterday, maybe moving forward into today. And I'll let you guys play with that. And then you can always read the man on last. And then you can go key. So there's keywords. Let's just go. Here's your kind of keywords that you can use. Now, yesterday, today, tomorrow, minute, 5 minutes, and last 5 days. Right? So you can go look at those. Right. Hit Q, exit, clear your screen, go back in there. And what's our next question? So we know how to check who's logged into a server. Technically, we can look at the actual varlog secure and see connections happening as well. And we can see failures happening. That last is only things that actually established a TTY session, right? So can you tell what PID was listening to port 22 on your system? So we saw earlier how to check port 22. Can we check what PID is listening to that? No cow say. Terrible tool. How's it going, Zorgel, over on the Twitch side? We are going through the Socratic method. We're not working super hard. I was telling people to go down and get in the Discord earlier. I was telling people that there were study groups going. So we're just kind of asking ourselves some questions and saying, can I do these things? And this one's pretty straightforward. It's SS-NTULP, grep for 22 maybe. And we see that the PID is 827. So then maybe we do LSOF-I on port 22, and that would tell us what process ID was listening. And then if I wanted to know a little more about it, I see that the command was SSHD. I can maybe do a PS-EF grep for 827. And that'll tell me there's that 827 right there. And then, hold on, you get a weird one here. Wait a minute. Over here, we get an 827 that made 24606. And watch this. If I do echo $$, I'm 24610, which is not far from that. But hold on. If I go PS tree on my 24606, I think I can force it to do numbers, maybe. I have to read a man on it. What if I told you that my parent process of my current shell is actually this, and then the parent process of this is that listening SSHD because I SSH'd into the system? Man, PS tree. I don't remember how to do this. I don't use PS tree ever. And we want, is it long? Show, oh, dash P, show PIDs. Dash P. There's my, so again, we do that original PS. And then we do our echo of here's ours, and then we do that PS tree of ours, and we see that his parent is this guy right here, and his parent is this SSHD right here. So here's my bash 24610, and then 24610 to all the way up to 24606, which is here. Was spawned by that, was spawned by our SSHD daemon, which was spawned by system root. Oh, Zorgo, good. Yeah, hopefully you guys learned some good stuff. Hopefully you guys found stuff that was kind of interesting, and hopefully there's more questions. Like I try to leave a lot of this stuff, especially this. This is so fun because this is very open-ended. Like, can you tell me how the SSHD daemon was started on the system? Well, yeah. System CTL cat SSH. And that's how it was started. System CTL status SSHD is going to show me that it is right here, 827. It was enabled and started as the system came up. And then if we really want to dig in, I've showed you guys this one. This one's fun. System D analyze critical chain on SSHD.service. This is the only time you got to write it all out. And this will tell me all the things that system D had to start to get to my running SSHD daemon. So if I needed to find out where it broke or why it broke, I can see that. And then I can go dig into each one of these pieces if I need to, right? I tell you guys all the time, like if Zorgel showed up at the house and we're having a party and I said, hey, go get like drinks for everybody, and I throw him the keys to my truck, and then he walks over to my truck and it starts, I would expect him to just drive off. However, if it doesn't start, it just, or whatever, then I'd expect him to open up the engine, look down in the hood and go, doesn't look like the engine's engineing very good right now. Let's figure out how to make this engine more. And then we would go, well, the lights are going dim and it's not starting. That, in my experience, tends to have been something to do with the power of the system not starting. And then we go and maybe we charge it up a little bit and it just starts up. The truck just starts. Well, if it runs after we take the cables off, That means the alternator is probably good, the battery's probably bad. Or maybe I just left something on and the battery ran down and the alternator charging it for a while. The point is, we might not dig in once we get it up and running. We might just go get the drinks and worry about that stuff later. That, by the way, that description of a process is exactly how ITIL, if you guys ever play with ITIL, works on services. Like, a service that's down has to be brought back up. That's an incident. If it happens a few times and you're digging into it later, that's problem management. So incident management is getting it running so we can go get our drinks. Problem management is figuring out why it happened again on Monday. Or on Monday, I start the truck up and it just starts and I go, you know what? It was a one-off. We're never going to worry about it. So ITIL sounds like service for farmers. Yeah, it's farmers only, but in the systems world. All right, so we had SHD. Yeah, we did that. Can you list the kernel modules on a system? Yeah, let's see. Well, first of all, I don't think we have a boot on this system because this is a stateless boot node. But what are the kernels? This is the kernel modules. This isn't the kernels. Oh yeah, okay, kernel modules. Well, what are the kernel modules? LS mod. Just do LS mod. You can see all the kernel modules. These are all the things that are added to the kernel. They're modules, which means that we can add them or remove them from the kernel and while it's running. And if nothing's using something, so ext4 isn't being used by anything here. So we should be able to remove it if we didn't want to use it, right? But the ext4 module is probably loaded in this system, and I bet not loaded in any of the other ones because ext4 isn't mounted in any of the other ones. So that module would have been loaded when we did it. Let's go check that. We could guess or we could go check. Let's go check on Rocky 18. ls mod grep-i ext. There's no ext4 on here, right? And we can go look at them all just to make sure. But there's no ext4 at the top of this. But hold on. Rocky 19 has it. Right, there's ext4. So MB Cache and JBD2 are using the ext4 module. So now we do have dependencies on that module, so we couldn't remove it. We would have to remove those two first before we could. So I didn't even realize that was going to be there. I didn't even think about that, except that we mounted, earlier we mounted temp with XVDA. Let's unmount that. So we umount temp, VF-H, it's empty, it's gone. Let's see if that automatically removed that kernel module. No, the kernel modules are still loaded. So those kernel modules are going to stay loaded. We can unload them now because we're not using them anymore. But the point is, they were only, Rocky 19 and Rocky 18 are the same exact server, guys. They're coming up from a stateless image. So the fact that Rocky 19 has it could only have happened because we added that ext4 earlier. That's the only way that could work. Hey, thanks for the follow, the Vats man. The Vats man. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are just kind of working on stuff and going through stuff. Court, said, I seen someone who just passed an ITIL exam. Nice. I got an ITIL 3. Oh, God. Is that 10 years ago now? Almost like 9 years ago now. And my brother passed ITIL 4. My brother Tommy passed ITIL 4 last year, I think. So I might do ITIL one of the days. I mean, ITIL is a great methodology. And I have people that I know that actually teach that professionally. They teach ITIL. I think it's a great methodology. I think it's a great way to run teams. It's not the only way to run teams. Just like when I show you guys how we build Linux servers, it's not the only way to do it. It's a sound engineering way to build servers, I think, but it's not the only way, right? It's that old Tim Towdy. Oh, hold on, my stuff broke. Tim Towdy is, there is more than one way to do it, right? Tim Towdy is a concept from the old Perl days. All right, hold on. Can you list all the kernel modules? Yes. Can you verify that a server hasn't changed? Hold on. So where's my other thing? Oh, here was this. Where's that? Here. All right. Can you tell me that a file hasn't changed? Cron tab has not changed since May 3rd. It can be accessed more recently. I can watch if I even touch it. So I touch etc cron tab, and then I go and I stat it. It has changed all till right now. I have touched it. That M time, which is called M time and C time and A time, which are modified time, C time is change time, and access time. Those are all very important in storage area networks, SAN type networks, where when we put things onto older disks and stuff, something hasn't been touched for 30 days and hasn't been modified for, I don't know, something hasn't been accessed for 90 days and hasn't been modified in 30, and it can go off to slower storage somewhere, right? Like, and then I've actually seen people who they're like, I don't want this going back to slower storage. It's affected some of my stuff. So then they'll write scripts that just touch all their files or touch there's a whole bunch of things to do. Yeah. Tim Towdy. There's more than one way to do it. Yep. It's right at the front of my little Pro book that I got up there. So, can you verify that a file hasn't changed? Yeah. Could you change it? Yeah. And then if you do an ls-l on it, you should also see that should be the last modified time right there. That time should always be modified time. So if you've, but touching a file does, we just verified, touching a file does modify, access, modify, and change. So by touching a file, you know, it's going to look like it's changed recently. And that could be a problem for you. Maybe you have some check that's doing that. Check to make sure that certain things haven't happened. I mean, that's going to basically pop on AID. We're going to do AID next week in the configuration management stuff. If you're modifying files, but you're not really actually modifying, you're just doing stuff to tripwires, we don't really call anything. There's no tripwire anymore. It hasn't been maintained. I think I looked. It was like last maintained like almost a decade ago. It was such a fun tool, but AID is kind of the thing that's come from it. So let me see if we have. Let's see if we have AID on the system. No. There's a problem with AID. We're going to install it for fun, but there's a problem with it on stateless nodes, and it's this. AID is the Advanced Intrusion Detection Environment, and it does integrity of files. It makes sure that your files that you define, or you can use default system ones, haven't changed. Nobody's been in here messing with my server. It's very much like a tripwire. Tripwire used to just sit there and MD5 sum and check your server all day. And if anything ever tripped, it would go. And also, nowadays, it's IO wait and I notify. That's the newer, more modern way. You could write your own tripwire. That was actually something I recommended people do in the sysadmin course if they wanted to. Write your own basic little tripwire with some IO wait and IO notify, and watch a whole directory to make sure nobody's changing your Etsy, or I don't know, do whatever. Just mess around with it, right? But anyways, AID does these things. But the problem with AID is this. AID builds a database, and then when your system goes down and comes back up, it checks that database. Well, what don't we have in a stateless node? The ability to keep the database, right? So you could probably do some modifications down. Like, you could probably build the base database inside of the container. I don't know, you know, maybe that I could probably like try to muck around and get that to work, but generally speaking, it doesn't work very well. And there's a bunch of parameters, and you can config stuff and do all kinds of crap. I don't spend a whole lot of time in AID, but we're going to do a little bit of it next week as we're talking about the configuration management and what we call configuration drift. Right, where's that at? Hold on, I gotta go open that up. Here. Yeah, maintaining system configuration and drift remediation. So keeping our system from changing and changing it back when it does. And there's tools that'll do that, and we can use Ansible to do that. And I've seen that done pretty well in some organizations, and I've seen that done fantastically bad. So it's so bad that it like broke prod every time it redeployed. It was really bad. But you know, this is the kind of thing that we might want to check and learn how to mess with in a system, right? Can you encrypt a text file using VI? I did that earlier on stream. But how do you encrypt a check file? How do you encrypt a file with VI? VI-x temp some file, right? And that'll do it. I have an open VI right here where I'm going to put a webhook later, right? And we're going to put a webhook in there, and then that's in the lab work. And you guys will be able to get in there and pull the webhook for your projects for this next week, because we're going to be reporting up into our sandbox channel. I'll make a new webhook in here for the sandbox channel, and then you guys will be able to do stuff that kind of looks like it's been a while. Let's go all the way up. Oh, that was the day. I should make an admin question for the for in a couple of nights when we do our interview, and it says your wife is in the other room cleaning servers, and all the servers go quiet while you're teaching a Linux class, because that's what happened a couple weekends ago. Excuse me. Let's go up a little bit. Yeah, here was my Grafana app earlier this year. The memory was getting too high on some of my servers, right? And I turned it back off after a while, but I wanted to see the alerts coming from there. And what's this one? Whenever my main node reboots. But anyways, these things are being written in. There's a bunch of webhooks in here. Some of you guys were writing in some of this same stuff that we're going to do with drift remediation. Some of you guys did that already in the sysadmin course. Some people did configuration drift. This is going to be a little bit different what we do this week, or that week. But some of this stuff would still work well. You could still check things if you wanted to. So some of you guys are going to be dusting off some of your old code anyways. So can you crypto file with VI? Yes. VI-X. And then it's kind of fun to go look up the Blowfish 3 algorithm and look at how that came about. It's kind of a fun little thing. So yeah, Miss Sapphire, you can absolutely encrypt things, and I would advise going and playing with and going and looking at the history of Blowfish 3, because it's a pretty interesting algorithm. It's interesting how the guy came up with it. A lot of that stuff's interesting in general, just to hear the stories of the people that sat around and did it. For any user, can you determine their pseudo permissions? So on Rocky 19, there's Scott 2. I think there might be a Scott. I don't think there's a Scott. Oh, there is. Okay. Can I see their pseudo permissions? By the way, I can tell they're in different groups right there. One's in only Scott 2 and one's in Scott and Wheel. But does anybody know how I would check? And again, I'm not trying to trick each other. Not trying to be like, you didn't know that. This is like late at night. You're getting a call. Some guy can't get into a server that he thought he had access to. Maybe he's a junior engineer on one of your dev teams. They called out to get the Linux engineer on. How can you do this quick and go to sleep? Right? Hey, Zanderson, can I tell you one of my favorite? There's a toilet paper roll, and it's got Nelson the bully. So when you run out, he's just sitting there going, ha ha, with this high-pitched little. Okay, anyways, it's sudo -l -U Scott. Oh, we don't have sudo on this box. So DNF install sudo. Get sudo on there. And there we go. Also, one of my favorite ones ever. My brother-in-law told us about this the other day. I had forgotten about this. There's an episode. So let's do sudo -l -U Scott. He can do anything, and Scott 2, Pobre Scott 2, he cannot run sudo. He's not in sudo, or says wheel. Wheel is where he gets the permission. Wheel gives permission for everybody to do whatever they want if they're in the wheel group, and that's defined right here. But they do need a password still, because that one's commented out. So that's fun. But there's one where Bart and Nelson become good friends, and at the end, Bart's like looking at the little vest he gave him, and Nelson rides by on his bike and sees them from the window, and he goes, "Ha ha! I touched your heart." Fucking Bart and Nelson. All right. I'm back to serious. I'm kidding. Anyways, sudo -l -U in the user, and you can go see. This is, I mean, isn't this much more convenient than going and doing some other lookup or something? I can just do sudo -l -U on a user, see what permissions they have, figure out why this user, he has permissions on some of their other dev boxes, but not this one. Oh, when he came on the team last month, they didn't put him in all of the right admin groups. What I would do is I would say, hey, your AD group that gives you this permission is right here. I'm going to go ahead and give you some temp permission for tonight for whatever you're doing. Maybe we've already cleared it. I'd make sure that there was a change record for it. Obviously, they've already called out and done that kind of stuff. I may even have them have to contact their manager and get approval or something. It just depends on how much, like how low of a dev environment this and how late at night it is, if I care. And then I just give him the temp permission and then tell him what he needs to get for the permanent permission on like Sunday or on Monday morning or whatever. hey, on Monday morning, you're going to need to be put into these additional groups because that's how the other guys on your team get it. Make sure your manager puts that in. And then they're going to automatically lose those permissions when my sweeper comes along later. I'll have some kind of admin typically tool that goes and changes all the sudos back. But I typically don't run that until Monday, so if I have to change it over the weekend, things will come back, right? And there's all kinds of ways you guys can do this, right? I will always make a change, though. If I'm making a change, I'll have a change record in my CMDB because change management database, very important. Don't, like, the way that I've seen more engineers get fired in operations than anything is they just go willy-nilly make changes for, like, and then don't track it. That's the stupidest reason to get fired. Like, it's super easy. You have the terminal right here. You made a change. Just copy it like this and drop it in the ticket. If that's too hard for you, honestly, you probably deserve to be fired. I mean, if we're being honest. If this right here is too hard, I don't know. Yeah. All right. For all users, can you count a list of what default shells they have? Yeah, this one's kind of fun. Actually, I have it right here. How can you list and count all the default shells you have? So you cat out etc pass wd. You print the last field or the number of fields, and then you do a sort a unique -c. So cat etc pass wd. That'll dump everything. We say I only want by the field delimiter of colons the last field, and that is $NF for the last field, but we happen to know it's the 7th field, so we're okay with that, and that'll give us just the last field. I'm not going to count those up. Sort to organize them. Unique would just crush them all together like you're crushing a bunch of cans, but -c will count them for you. So I did each command individually so you guys could see. We can carve out to one thing, organize it, let the system sort them, let the system count them, go about our day. Grab that, respond to the team. There's all the things that I see in my system. There's nine accounts that can log in. Oh, you want the accounts? There's the 9 accounts. I would grab all this. I would drop it back in the email with like a reply all, and I'd go about my day. This is like, I don't want to call this child's play because this is a lot if you don't know it. But I'm saying this is the kind of thing that I don't let like make me miss lunch as an engineer or something. Obviously, I'm not missing lunch very much, right? But I'm saying like go and all these things are there for you to do. All right. Can you verify an individual? Oh yeah, how many open files can a user have? ulimit-a will show you every the defaults, and then you should be able to do individual user like Scott. And does he have different permissions than do I have different permissions for this user than the default? And it doesn't look like I do. How would I configure that? It would be etsy-security-limits.conf, right? There's a limit.conf folder, and there's also a limits.d, which extends the limits.conf file. So I could drop configurations for blocks of users across swaths of servers with a tool like Ansible or something without having to modify the etsy-security-limits.conf file. So in here, you've got a limits.conf, which is the file for configuration, and then you got a limits.d, which is a directory that extends the functionality. It appends literally to the end of that config file, right? So we say more limits.conf, and here's the limits that are configured on the system, right here. There's an expression of them right here. And you should see like RSS. I don't even know what RSS is, but RSS should be, I mean, I know what an RSS feed is, but I don't know what this RSS is. It should be right here. Why is that not showing up? And then we can go to limits.d, and then there's nothing in there. So there's no other special things going on inside of this system. It's not too hard. It's just been, yeah, Hayes, like, I mean, I don't even like I look at some requests from people, Hayes, and I don't even stop Netflix to answer. I'll just keep watching Netflix while I'm answering their question. No, I'm just kidding. But, well, it's true. But also, like, I'm not even going to give this my full attention. That's terrible. That's terrible. All right, let's do a little bit of general system stuff. By the way, guys, this is all up in the Discord if you need it. I was showing it to you guys earlier. It's in the presentation section. You go down to, I think it was presentations, we found it. And then it was presentations, and then there's the Socratic method for Linux. And then we did it again with all the answers. So here's all the answers right here. So if you just wanted to practice these on your own, go download them. They're right there in the presentations channel. You can download, I mean, it's a whole long, what is it, 300 and maybe almost 400 something lines when you add it all up. And then here's the actual questions if you want, but I also included the questions in here too, so you could do them and whatever, have fun. All right, general system. Let's do some general system stuff. First one is, how did the system boot? Oh, hold on. We're gonna take a break for a second on that. We're gonna go check on Ranger. How's Ranger doing? Ranger's up and about. He's just being a daffy dog. Oh, stepping up on his ultra soft bed and then collapsing down into a full seated position. And then he's back up and he's like, no, I want to lay this way. Nope. Oh, I'm so old. Ugh, just lay over this way. Ranger's rangering, that's true. Hayes, you said today you fixed a bug by removing one line of code. Took 2 hours to get in the prod and unblock devs. Got chastised for creating a Jira ticket without a parent. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hayes. Yeah, processes always slow down engineers, right? Processes are supposed to be like guardrails and like brakes to help us to actually go faster safely. But yeah, sometimes the process gets in the way. And I always say, like, a good config management team, or any type of team, especially that deals with a lot of engineers, understands when they should just get out of the engineer's way and come and clean up behind them. This is also very important. Like, if you're fixing stuff late at night, sometimes you have to do something. Sometimes you have to be very careful as you fix things, but sometimes you just have to do something and fix the damn server, roll it back, do something to get it working, and then do all the paperwork after. And good teams respect that. That's actually one of the things I like about ITIL is it's kind of understood that, like, hey, sometimes we just fix things and then we document it as the next. I'll put some notes in a emergency change form or something in like ServiceNow, and then I'll do the rest of the change on Monday when I get back. But like, I'm not gonna fill that stuff out in the middle of the night after I just fix something for 4 hours or something. I'm not doing that. There's a limit to like what a person can do, right? And getting the server back up is the important thing to me, typically. That's why a lot of problem management stuff comes later. Oh, Ranger's turning back around on his ultra soft double bed. If you guys don't know, he's got 2 beds there. Oh yeah, look at him. Oh, look at him. He's tired Ranger dog. All right. Can you tell how the system was booted by Grub? Or can you tell that the system was booted by Grub? Or how was it just booted in general? How might you guys know that? Where might you go to look at how this system was booted up if it was recently booted? Or, I don't know, even if it was booted last month and another server went down and we want to see the difference between how they booted. Where might you go look? Oh, look at that Ranger down there. I gave him food already. So he's got food. I got to go down and give him his meds in a little bit. They're just pain meds. He has these little pill pockets that he takes them in, but they're kind of oily, but they're like real meat, like pill pocket. They're like he likes them. He won't eat his pills normally. Like, we used to stuff him in marshmallows, and then he got wise to it, and he would like kind of champ around in his mouth until he could like get the thing to fall out, and then he would eat the marshmallow. And like, you son of a... He doesn't do that with the pill pockets, so he likes it, so he just swallows the whole thing. But the pain meds make him feel a lot better. Also, we gave him, like, I would never like do it for myself, but for my dog, I would definitely give him, you know, anything for his pain. And probably about a year ago, we gave him that stuff you guys all do that's like not smoking weed, but it's basically smoking weed. What is that? What's that called? Is it THC? What is that? It's like there's a what's that? The stuff that like that you can take to like kind of for animals like to dull their. No, but it's not. I mean, you can't make rangers smoke weed. What's that called? Where like you Oh god, I can't remember what's it called. It's the ingredient in it. CBD, yeah, CBD. That's exactly right. Yeah, I would never do it for myself because I'm just kind of like I'm straight edge on that. But CBD, yeah, they have little CBD stuff for dogs. And I'll tell you what, you guys can say whatever you want. There's no active ingredient. Ranger was fucked up. That dog right there was like, he was fucking smiling like he had just smoked a joint. And I had a lot of friends that did drugs growing up, and I was in the Army, and I've seen a lot of people high in my life. And I'm just going to tell you right now, Ranger was fucked up, but he loved it. I even have it. We got a thing out there like it's me, my wife, my son, and then my dog, and it's like, what do we want next? Like, what are our plans? Whatever. Like, we have this little thing of like what we're doing or wherever we're going. It's like a little kind of like long-term planner. And for Ranger, I wrote on there a year ago when I got this for him. Ranger loves drugs or drugs. Ranger loves drugs because Ranger just, man, he would be effed up. He would be like smiling and walking around in circles and stuff, and I'm like, that is a like almost drunk looking, but he was on CBD. So people can tell me it doesn't have whatever in it, but I'm gonna tell you, I watched him behave completely different on that stuff. Yeah, like catnip. But the wife, why did we stop? We didn't really. There was no side effects that I saw from that for him, and it seemed to help him. I think we stopped giving it to him because they got some pain meds for him from the vet, and we've just been giving him the pain meds, and he's been doing a lot better. So, but yeah, I mean, I'd do anything to kind of like ease his pain, like, and he seemed to love being high. I mean, I really do. I do really think he thought it was hilarious to be just. He'd just like sit there and look at us, like kind of rock on his bed, and you're like, dude, you are messed up. All right. Can you show everything connected to the PC bus, the PCI bus? Yeah. LSPCI, LS USB if you had it. I guess we don't have any USB. LS, you can hit tab and it'll show you all the different things you have. I have IRQ, so I can see what's going on with the IRQ. If I wanted to see what other things are going on inside of this system. LS mem, LS mod, LSNS. I don't even know what that is. Huh. Namespaces, apparently. There you go. So you can see all of the things that are going on inside of these systems, right? LSPCI is the one I've probably used the most. And then, I've never seen LS logins. That would be kind of useful. Oh, look at that. Shit, learn something new every day. I've never even messed with that. Look at that. So much stuff going on. Hey, Turd, thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. I'm not making fun of him. That's his actual name. Turd for Gunson. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out right now. We're going on about 3.5 hours. I don't really have anywhere to be tonight because the wife's out of town. So it's probably going to be me getting some food here in a little bit. I thought about driving down. There's a little bit of a drive, but I thought about going to Fazoli's tonight because I do really like Fazoli's. Go grab me some Fazoli's. I don't know if you guys ever had that place, but it left Phoenix for a long time and then it came back like a year ago. Yeah, it's pretty good. Backup drivers from plug-and-play devices. You probably could, Lil Nova. I don't know exactly where they are. I'd have to go look up where they are. If there were drivers, I'd have to go look up where that's at. I don't know. I imagine you can't. Like, I mean, if I have anything connected here, I should be able to go and connect and see where it's at. I do like this. That's a nice little command. LS logins. There we go. Can you tell me the running version of the kernel? And this is a fun one. Can you do it with more than one command? There's probably a few commands that you can do to see the version of the kernel. Wait a minute. I didn't know that one. That's one I normally use. I don't know how that one wasn't on there. Capproc command line will show you the version of the kernel you're running, because it shows you where it was called as the kernel was called. Where is he? Why don't I see it on here? Uname-r. There's our kernel. There's our kernel up there in proc version. And I don't know why I don't see the kernel right here. Am I losing my mind? I mean, I'm definitely losing my mind, but am I losing it worse than normal? Yeah, normally it shows the kernel. Boot image says the VM Linux. But since we're being provisioned off of Werewolf and we're downloading our kernel right here, there's our container provision. And here's our init system. Apparently we're not seeing it in here. Well, apparently Werewolf doesn't show you it at the command line like that. But I can see it with uname-r on a running system, right? What about the kernel? Yeah, Colonel Angus. Anybody ever seen that? That's some old, I love Christopher Walken, man. I think Christopher Walken can do almost no wrong, but his stuff's great. What is the kernel of an OS was? Because for me, kernel is the operating system. It's all the important bits. Yeah. I think that's pretty similar. Like, oh shoot, I'm getting Slack messages. Hold on. Go check what's going on in Slack real quick. Crack at 'em. All right, good. So this one's fun. How many versions of the kernel do you have available? We don't have any extra versions of the kernel on this box because it's a stateless node. But on a normal Linux system, you can ls-l boot VM, and there's all the old versions of the kernel that I have. I have 4 versions of the kernel back on top of the current version of the kernel. So my current version of the kernel is 3.10, 11.60, 15.2, 11.60, 15.2. So all of these are old versions. 1, 2, 3, 4 old versions, and then an old rescue version. So those are all ones that I could boot into if I needed to. Now I'm gonna do something. Okay, no, none of those are links. In some versions, like in Ubuntu, you'll have different versions of the kernel. Like it can call, but then they're all pointed back to just the actual one. So you don't have any extra kernel versions. And then this is a operational question for some of you. Why do you always need at least 2 versions of a kernel? Why do you always install a new kernel, set it to be bootable, and then boot to that kernel, and always keep the old version of a kernel on your system? You never upgrade a kernel, ever. You install a new one, you move over to it like a hermit crab. You got to take the system down, bring it back up. Why do you always have an old version of the kernel with it? So how many versions of the kernel do you have available? I have 5 on this box. And why might I want at least just the last one? I don't need all of those. Yeah, the main one is rollback. I was on a team before I became the lead for AAA. I was just on the team. I was still the tech lead, but I wasn't considered the team lead at the time, and then later I was. But when I first got to the team, we did some patching, and we got all the way to prod. These things tested. We did all of the stuff you need to do. We did all of this. So in our notes, so where's that? We did all of this to make sure that we were ready. Did I not put the other one up? We did all of this stuff to make sure that the system was ready to patch. This is the full, like our full patch cycle. This is from one of our presentations. And we were completely ready to move forward. And then something had slipped by. It wasn't until we got to full production environment, and it actually took a couple weeks to kind of find out that something was wrong. And we had to roll back a set of our servers to that old kernel. And it had made it through dev and testing, QA, and it made it to prod, and then it just, whatever it was, however memory management worked, however it was, and we use Java, so there's already that. It slowly over time was kind of insidious and caused this production system to not work properly, and we had to roll back to a state version of the kernel, and we had to make them wait another version, and then we jumped all the way back, all the way to where it was fixed, because we found what it was that was, I don't remember exactly what it was, but we found it, and it wasn't patched out in the next version of the kernel, so those servers didn't go to that next version either. And then it finally, about probably at the time we were doing 6-month kernel patching, so about a year later, we finally jumped them over to the new working version, and their stuff continued to work. And this was back when we would have fleets of servers that we would push forward. Nowadays, we do a lot more of stateless, but even with stateless nodes, we wanted to solve that problem, so they would have had to stay back on one of those older versions of the stateless container until we were ready to jump their environment forward. So Miss Sapphire takes a reboot. It's super easy. Look, this is how easy it is for me to go to one of those other kernels. I'm not going to reboot the box, but I'll show you. For me to reboot to one of those kernels, I have a command called grubby default kernel, and that's the kernel that my system wants to go to on the next reboot. Well, I could do a grubby set default equal to like this guy. And then that would be the one that my system would want to boot to the next time. See how it's the 13.1 instead. And then now when I reboot my system, it takes a reboot. It's an impactful, disruptive change. Then I would be back on the old version of the kernel. I don't want to do that though, so I'm going to set it back to the current one. And grubby is going and editing my grub files. We used to have to manually affect the grub files. We don't really do that much anymore. But now we can get the default. What's the default kernel? Is that matching the kernel that I'm on? Good. We're good. Back to that. But that's all it is. That's how I do it. Grubby is only available on RHEL and RHEL derivatives, I think. I don't know what the Ubuntu version is. If I had to roll back on Ubuntu, I would probably just go do it by hand. In the, it would be boot grub. So boot, so /boot/grub /grub.cfg, or boot if it's /boot /grub2 /grub.cfg, either one of those. So yeah, I think grubby is only in Rocky or Ubuntu as far as sorry, only in Rocky or RHEL derivatives. Yeah. But I can't do that in my, I couldn't show you that over here because these nodes, they get their kernels by virtue of, they get it from inside their container. So if I want to upgrade these guys, say, Scott, how do you upgrade them? Then I would come here. All right, we're just gonna save this in Werewolf. So we'll go play with that blowfish stuff later. We would go like this: wctl container. We got a container list here, right? I'm gonna just show you guys. I'm not gonna do it, but let's say I wanted to fix Hammer up. So they're the Rocky Linux 9 lab boxes, right? wwctl container exec, and then we'd go to the container and we would use bin bash, right? And then we would say in here uname-r, there's my kernel, and then I would say dnf install dnf update. We'll update kernel. We're not gonna do it, but we're gonna just look at it like we were going to. And in the container image, we would update the kernel, and then we would go from there. Hey, TTV Sphere, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. We are not working super... Oh, hold on. Let me take this phone call real quick. Hold on. That was super weird. Somebody just called me out of the blue. And then... It was weird. Wife's calling me. Wife had 15,000 steps today, so that's pretty good. Yes. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Ranger just called. Yeah, Ranger called because I didn't give him his meds yet. Look at that dog down there. I do have to give him his meds, guys. I gave him food. He's got water. He's good. He'd be happy, but I do want to give him his meds because I want him to not be in pain, right? So, yeah. Can you edit the file that changes the kernel, the system booster? That's Grub, Etsy Grub. But we don't have it in the other system, or we don't have it in our stateless nodes. Can you tell me how many older versions of kernels? Can you show that SSHD is running? Yeah, we did that. We did that. Can you tell me the version of Linux that you're on? That's always important. Yeah, can you tell me the version of Linux you're using? And I don't care what version you guys are on. Cat Etsy Splat release tends to work pretty well. Where'd it go? We'll let that spin a little bit. So we've been letting this run. This has been running almost 4 hours. All of our Socratic questions. We got a whole bunch of them. We're getting, we're not near the end yet. What's the version? I don't want to choke myself on a red vine on stream. That would be terrible. What's the version of Linux kernel you're on? Oh. By the way, kernel can't upgrade, but here's why. I have kernel. Oh, do I not have kernel? Hold on. Let's just do DNF update. Let's do kernel everything. Let's see. I don't know what I'm. There it is. So here would be the kernel core. No. Uname -r. That's a newer version of the kernel that I'm on. Yes. I mean, it makes sense. But then I don't want to make any changes to my container right now. I want to keep my containers across my cluster the same right now. So I'm going to say bin false. Or I could literally just type any garbage in there and it would fail. And then when I exit, it won't commit the changes into my kernel. It won't actually make those changes and write them and rebuild the kernel. So that's something to... Hold on real quick, guys. I'm getting another call. Oops. What you guys missed me saying was F and B, because I hate when they make me wait in a queue. You call me and then you're like, hey, go sit right here until... No. If you're not ready to talk to me when I say hello, that's the whole conversation. There's nothing else for us to talk about. And I don't think that's being an asshole. That's just people wasting my time, you know. All right, what's going on here? Too much stuff going on. All right, too much stuff going on, guys. All right. Just got accepted engineering design program, which my way into robotics engineering. Nice, TTV Sphere. Nice. That's awesome. What are you going to be working? Do you know if you're going to be working more heavily on the Linux side of things, or are you going to be down in the programmable logic controllers? What are you going to do? By the way, we have a lot of people who dabble in all kinds of things. I tell people all the time, I think Linux is a great base for getting into all types of other systems and engineering and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's an excellent thing. Can you describe the 7 fields of the Etsy passwd file? Here's our passwords. Here's everything going on. What is Clevis? I don't even know what that is. All right. And then here's our users and accounts that have gotten on here and those kind of things. Have a look at what's going on in the system. There are 7 fields. The first field is the username. Then the second field, and they're colon delimited. Second field is the password. Passwords no longer exist in Etsy Pass WD, so they are depicted by an X, which tells the system to go look in the Etsy shadow file. Only the pluggable authentication modules can look in there, so no users, no processes can get in there. They have to go through the PAM, pluggable authentication modules. The third field is the user ID, the primary, or actually it's just the regular user ID. The fourth field is the primary group, so the user's primary group. Then there is a place that's set up just for you if you are adding descriptions, so that's a description. It is not required to put anything in the description, but you do still have to have a colon to delimit it, because now we're talking about all the different fields. There's always going to be 7. The next one is the home, default home of that user, and then the default shell of that user. Once you get in, you can move. You can't really move your home, but you can move where you're at. And once you're in, you can change to a different shell if there's a shell available to you. Or you can, another way to put it is you can spawn a shell from the bash shell that you have gotten into and gotten a terminal on in a Linux system, right? You do not have to stay in bash if bash is not the only terminal. You can change over. I used to change over to C shell and K shell all the time in older Solaris environments, depending on what I was doing, or if I was helping somebody troubleshoot or build something, I would be in there doing that. All right. So we got that. Can you show me all the unique? Yeah, and then can you pull them? Can you use awk to pull only the ones that you want? Right. Awk is a great tool for that. Can you set a variable to be inherited by a child process or not? So maybe we set var1 is equal to var1 could be like Scott, and var2 is equal to stream, and then we say echo $$ to see our PID, and then we go bash to go into a lower PID, and then we say echo var1 nothing. Wait, did I echo var2? Oh, you guys got to stop me. $, because you're calling as a variable. I'm like, what the fuck? Empty, right? But now I pop back out and I do echo var1. I don't know what's wrong with me, var2. And I see Scott and stream. But then I say bash to go into another shell, and nothing in there. So, now I want one. So we found out how to set a variable without allowing it to go to our where's my echo $? There we go. So now we're back in the original 24/7/11. Now if I export var1, right, equals Scott, and now I make bash, and now I run my var2, still nothing, but now my var1. When you export a variable, it is available in all the child processes that come from that shell that you exported the variable from. That's really only important in a few instances that I know of as a systems guy. Where I've used that before is like when I'm writing a script, and maybe at the beginning of the script I have like a logging file and like a PID file directory, and the PID file is like where we're going to process everything for this, and I establish those at the beginning. Well, those variables probably should be known even if later on I fork off and do some other work. So since I need those to be known, I'll export them in the script. And then for the rest of the time, anything that needs to use those variables has the ability to reference those variables. Otherwise, like if I had a logging dir or like log dir or something like that, which is a common kind of format, you wouldn't be able to see it. So over here, like in my home lab, cd etsy cron.d cron.daily. I think it's my clam scan one. So this is up here. I have daily log file and log file being written, but I'm not calling any. I'm not doing anything lower. So because I'm not calling anything lower here, like I'm not spawning any shells, I don't need to export these. But it's very common practice to put an export on these, because if I'm going to use them later or something, I would have an export on them. I was actually, when I opened this, I wasn't sure if I was going to have them or not, but it looks like I didn't do that. But it's a good practice if you're going to be calling other things, other variable. Can you set a process to run every 5 minutes on the server? Cron tab -L will show you the crons that are set on the system. And if you needed to run one every 5 minutes, here's how that's defined. You would take this asterisk right here, much like this one here. It looks like I've commented all of this out. And you would take this and you would... hold on a second. So where's that coming from? I think I just realized something. But anyways, hold on. So we'll look at this. This would be asterisk divided by 5, which would divide it. And then only on the ones that do not have a remainder would you get the... so if you do it a 0 or an asterisk like this, /5, it would be on the 0, the 5, the 10, the 15, the 20, the 25. And the way we used to have to write it was we used to have to write it all out with commas, and it's like way nicer now to just do it that shorthand. So anyways, that's how you do it with cron. Can you set a process to run every 5 minutes? Yes. All right. The next one would be all user environment stuff. And the user environment stuff, I seem to recall being pretty straightforward, but it's like, what's going on with the users? What are the users doing? The users are always doing all kinds of bullshit. Yeah, here's the echo I love Linux to wall. That's how you would set a process to run every 5 minutes. All right. What is a user's home directory by default? How would I check that? Right. This is going to be our next one when it gets down there. All right. Also, man, I'm putting 4 hours down. A lot of streaming. A lot of streaming for me. I'd tell you guys one of the worst things I ever did on my phone was one of my buddies messaged me and says, hey, sign up for Temu so I can just get like this, like, hey, I just want to get this like benefit, like I'll get all this free stuff or something. I was like, all right, I guess I'll sign up, whatever, I don't really care. I did not realize that like if I could go back and stop my previous self from ever signing up for that app, like I did get like $100 worth of free stuff, but that free stuff was worth about $3.75 if I had to guess, like $3.75. It was not worth anything. And then they literally text me, or they literally send me emails 30 times a day. I'm not even exaggerating that. It's probably every hour. So okay, just under 30. They literally just message me all day and night. And I'm just like, I don't know how you guys do business. Like, it's all terrible stuff, and all you do is just mess. It's like Harbor Freight, but you can't break up with it because it's like a clingy girlfriend or something. I don't know. Like, it's really bad. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, you gotta get to the store. Good. I appreciate you coming by. We'll all be down in the Discord later. People are always hanging out down in the Discord, right? So we're on the user environment. This one should have a timer on it, so it should go forward. We'll sit here and wait for a minute and let it try. And then let me tell you guys, if you don't know, there's a Discord out there. Discord. You guys are welcome to go and hang out down there with all the other engineers that kind of know what's going on. We'll let this finish. Okay. It says, what is your user's home directory? What is the root's home directory? So we happen to be root. We can echo $home and see what our home directory is. We can cd to home and ls in there and look around at all these different home directories that exist. Now this is kind of interesting. If we do a df-h on /home, we see that it's an NFS share off of the Werewolf server. So the Werewolf server has all of these different home directories being shared out, because a lot of times in cluster management, you have all of the home directories in one place, and then people can connect to the different servers that you have, but they access their same home directory no matter where they're at. And that's kind of a common way of doing things. And then we process stuff out of typically like a faster file share, like what we call a parallel file store of some type. That's where we'll typically store our big process jobs or whatever we're doing over there. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You can also look at, if I had like a user Scott, I can ID Scott, and then maybe I can grep Scott from Etsy Pass WD, and I'll see his home directory right there, home Scott. Here's a Scott user. Here's his home Scott. There we go. So yeah, what is our user's home directory? Our user is root, so it's home right there. And then also, you can also always find, if you were ever really lost, right? You could always CD, and that'll take you back home. You can CD tilde, and that'll take you back home. And then you could CD to $ home. That'll take you home. You could, yeah, CD with nothing will take you home. Yeah, so there's just a bunch of ways to get back home if you're ever lost. If you're ever that lost in an operating system, I'd probably tell you to go like take a break or something. Maybe take a break and go relax a little bit, because if you're kind of what they call cooked at that point, right? Like your brain's done if you can't figure out how to get back to your home. If you're ever that lost in an operating system, then you're gonna need to break. All right, where else are we at here? Can you show all the aliases that a user has? So, yeah, alias is a good command for that. Can you show me where they came from? Do you know where all those aliases are coming from? I've showed you guys this before, but you can actually dig in and see where all your aliases came from if you wanted. Anybody know that one? Also, I got to decide where I'm going to go eat. Do I want to go eat at Fazoli's? Do I want to just order something? Fazoli's is a little bit of a drive. I think it's about 6 miles down or so. 6, 7 miles. I don't know. I got gas this morning, so I don't really care. But I didn't care anyways. But I mean, I just don't need to worry about gas now. Anybody? You guys know what Fazoli's is, right? Like that's not. Hopefully, that's not like just some. I'm pretty sure they're nationwide because I've seen them here. I've seen them in Colorado. Pretty sure they're nationwide. Pretty good little restaurant. Pretty tasty. Bit expensive for what they are, but they're still pretty good. So. Can you show the aliases? Yep, there we go. Does anybody know how to find where your aliases were made from? How about this? Let's go back. Let's make sure we're in home. Yep, in root's home. What if we grep alias from everything? That's where some things were. But what if some of those things also came from this other directory that is applied to all users unless you turn it off? What if I told you alias also comes out of there? So pretty much everything you'll see here in my alias, you could map back to either something in my local.bashrc or .cshark or .tshark, right? Whatever of these, those are kind of the way that we say that. Or bashrc or cshark file. And then down here, you can also see all these other ones that very clearly came from, so of these other ones that exist, they came from this color ls and this color grep and these other things that exist in my system. Now, I've told you guys this before, from the way your system first comes up and is set up kind of as you like instantiate your bash and all of your stuff goes and runs, then it's yours. If I want to unalias all of this stuff, I've told you guys this before. Watch this, ls slash root. There's all kinds of, ls the root of the file system. Look at all those fun colors. Don't like them. Hate them. There we go. If I'm just a stickler, like I'm like I gotta run it like I used to in the Solaris days. All right, take them all off. Get rid of all the colors. Be a Puritan. Like I tell people, like when they're like, oh, you don't run Linux to get to Linux. I'm like, no, okay, fair enough. I'm on Windows. I run Linux from it. Okay, fair. But you use colors. I don't use colors. Who's the purist? Like if we're gonna sit around and like act like we're the smartest, freaking most raw dog in it, fucking, I know that's not the right term, but there was a funny little clip the other day about it. But if we're talking about who's the closest to our operating system, I'm gonna turn the fucking, I'm colorblind anyways. Turn the colors off. I don't need them. Right? I know how to read these. I know how to read those, so I don't need the colors. But the colors are kind of convenient. Like, that would be like if I was like, hey, when I was a kid, when I was younger, we always had all the cars had a little high beams were down by our foot. Like when I was younger, when you bought an older car or like an older truck, the high beam was down by your foot. You actually stepped on it to turn on your high beams. What if now I just was like, I'm not using high beams. I don't like that it's right there where I could just hit it with my hand. No, I'm a purist. I never. It's insanity to me, right? So, anyways, my point is like people get all snooty about all kinds of things that don't matter. I would advise like leaving your colors on, but if you want to do it and always, get into what the directories actually are by looking at them over here, that's a good skill to like. If you're like, hey, I'm just gonna force myself for a few weeks to work without colors, that would be a fun little project, a fun little thing to practice. But you don't need to do that, guys, unless that's really what you want to do. Hey, Rodom, how's it going? We are digging in a little bit. Robodom, we've been doing just our Socratic Linux. We've been letting this thing run for, I'm over 4 hours right now. And we're just running through stuff. Can't tell if a user has a password set. How would you do that? You can grep Scott from Etsy Shadow. Not in there. And then CHAGE-L Scott. And see if his password's ever been changed. His password changed never. Password expires. So he's never changed his password from when it was first set, if he even has it. And he doesn't even have anything set for his number of warnings or anything. So that user probably, he doesn't have a shadow. There's nothing for the PAM modules have nothing to compare. If somebody were trying to authenticate as Scott, the Scott user, they have nothing to compare against as far as the hash goes. So nobody would be getting in here as the Scott user, not by default. So, drown everyone in playful. Yeah, Robodon, we're trying to have fun here. We're trying to play with some stuff. Mainly, I just want to get people down in the server, right? I want people down in the Discord hanging out and doing whatever. The next one is, can you make an alias? So alias, I very shamefully deleted. Very shamefully. I feel very bad about it. I deleted that one. Well, what if I told you I could source my .bashrc and it's probably back? It's not. It's not back. Oh, geez. Where did it come from? I can go find where it came from. Up here, ls was in this profile. I can source that. What was it? It was color ls.sh. Now when I source that, I'll have my alias back for my ls. Yes. Yes, colors are back. Yes, I can function again. I'm just kidding. But the point is, like, you can you can go and mess with all this. To source a file, you just do a dot and then the path to the file. So you may see sometimes, like what I did here was I .bashrc to source the file, and it'll reread it into my shell. It'll reread it and run it. It'll run it into my shell, essentially. All the commands in there will be run. That's kind of how we do it. Yeah, Robodom, and then we've been checking out Ranger. What was that? I just hit something with my foot. Let's go check on Ranger Dog, how he's doing. I got to give him his meds here in a little bit. Oh, he's over on the other bed, and the sun's going down. So I got to go get some food here soon, too. But we will... Let's see. What do we got going on this weekend? We got Linux. We got all kinds of Linux interviews for Friday night if anybody wants to come hang out with those. We've got study groups going. We've got writer's room going. We've got the Linux sysadmin course and the Linux security engineering course. So both of those. And yeah, I just tell you guys, get in there and work on this stuff. Let's make sure the site is up right now. Make sure the site's doing what the site's supposed to do. Yep, looks good. And then here's the NIST. This right here is the NIST, how a air-gapped system might look in a high-performance compute world, right? And then there's Ranger over there playing Ranger stuff, having dreams of being a Ranger dog. And there's our books. I tell you guys all the time, if you come to the courses, these are the things that you can put on your resume because you'll know how to do these things when we're done, right? You'll understand these component pieces, and you'll feel confident to talk to them in a interview, and you'll be as ready as I can make you to go find that job. if that's what you want to do. Like, nobody can make you do any of this stuff, but if it's interesting to you, I think you can make it part of a career if you want. So, do you know where the user's default home directory's files populate from? So this one's fun. Where do we get those files from? So my .bashrc for my user has never been modified. It's not the same one, but a normal user's would be. So there's some different weight there. Why is that different? It's interesting. Maybe I have changed mine. I might have changed mine on one of these just for fun. But the point is, you can go in there and you can check to see. But that's where we populate users' home directories from, is the etc skel. So if I had a file that I wanted to drop in all future users, that's where I would do it. If users have already been created and I'm not going to be able to get the users that I want, or the users are getting created through some other method and I'm not going to be able to get what I want in there, I'll go set it as an admin in etc profile.d, and then it'll become a source. etc profile is only sourced by, let's go look at our file real quick, because this will be important for people. So let's more our .bashrc file. The first thing this thing does right at the top is if -f etc bashrc. So if etc bashrc -fs, whatever the heck that is, let's say I don't know what that is, then source etc bashrc. All right. If I don't know what -f is, I can find it out. I can man test, right? And down here I can probably find what the -f is if there's a file, if the file exists and is a regular file. So this is a great place to find it. So the test operator is, the test is the same as the square brackets, by the way. It actually shows it right here. You can do test expression inside of there, or test expression like this. Either way works. Either way is actually correct at the bash command line. This way is more maintainable, and this is the way you'll see most people write it. If square bracket test, whatever test condition is, or expression, and then close square bracket. Hold on. So right here, can we, let's go modify, let's go look. So more bashrc. If the file exists and is a regular file, then run the file, source the file. And then it says down here, if it says if not, path is not equal to home, local bin, and then home bin, then we add that. So if we look at our path and our path doesn't have these values in it, that's an approximation. Like if it doesn't have these things in it somewhere, then we add it to the end of our file. So we always source our home, which is root in this case, .local bin and bin. So if I were to write my own binaries or put binaries in here, well, you don't write binaries, you compile them, right? But if I had my own compiled binaries in here, I would add them to my path. This may not be something that you want. You might say, not going to be doing none of that crap, take it out. It's your bashrc, you can do whatever you want with it, right? And this, by the way, this actually is an important concept. Users can do whatever they want, but if they constantly break stuff, I take their bashrc files away and I populate them again and make sure they can log in, and then tell them not to break it again. Then I get off the phone with them. Like this, I've been dealing with Linux users for like 20 years, so they tend to be pretty good at all these other types of programming and all this other stuff, but they're not necessarily Linux people. So they do a lot of pulling of shit just from everywhere on the internet, and just reading a blog post and go, that's wonderful, and then they just grab it all in and drop it, and then they can't log in anymore. So what I do is I fix it by taking all that shit away and making sure they can get in, right? It's like I give you a new key to your front door, make sure you can get in, and I say, don't break it again. And if you break it again, then I say, look, man, like, we can put pieces back and we could do this, but this is probably, and I'll troubleshoot a little bit, but for the most part, like, users are going to use, man. Users will break shit if you let them. But this is their stuff, so they can break whatever they want. These are very specific to root user. They protect root. They make root's commands automatically interactive. I hate it. I just want to delete that. If I'm doing an rm-rf, I know what I'm doing. But not all admins maybe feel that way or are confident in that, or are sure that they're deleting the thing that they want to. So they always want rm to be interactive. I take all this stuff off. But anyways, the point is, you could have that in there if you want. All right. Can you set a script that automatically runs on any user login? Yeah. You just put in Etsy profile.d and then name it whatever shell.sh or whatever, and it'll run every time the user comes in. They're like cars. Sometimes they break. Yeah, yeah. Well, and they're also like cars in that if 5 people buy like a Dodge Challenger or some, I don't know, what's a fast Dodge off the line, and then one guy goes and drives it like shit all the time, and then he brings it back to you and he's like, this car doesn't work very good. And you're like, you put 50,000 miles on it in 2 months, and best I can tell, all you do is put your foot to the floor and drive around the freeway as fast as you can. Like what do you want me to do? I couldn't even, nobody could have saved this car from you, but it's the same kind of idea. Users are going to bust their environments if you let them. So, yeah, can you set a script to automatically run on any user login? You just put an Etsy profile.d. That's easiest. Can you check your current users? Do you know what your primary and secondary groups are? So your current user, you can say, who am I? You can say ID. You can, your primary group is always here. So here's my group ID of 0. And then any secondary groups I belong in are here. So if I ID Scott and ID Scott 2, here's Scott's primary group, and here's Scott 2's primary group. And then here's the secondary groups that they belong to. He belongs to Scott and Wheel, and then he belongs to Scott 2 only. He doesn't belong to Wheel, which is, by the way, why earlier he didn't have pseudo permissions, right? So there's that. And then can you check if the Ubuntu user exists? He doesn't exist. And then this says, can you verify that the user John was never a user on this system? And I'm actually going to tell you, you can't. Not if the logs have rolled and we've never seen him log in and he doesn't have, a home directory, or you wouldn't, like, John might not have ever existed on this system. John might have been a user on a different system. This is a cluster environment, right? He could have been somewhere there. So I can't 100% sure that he was ever on this system. But I will tell you, when we delete users or get rid of them, we always store their home directories. We never get rid of their home directories, especially in engineering, because maybe they were working on something interesting that we need. All right. Oh. Let me get the bash scripting. So, I might call it here, guys. We've been going almost 4.5 hours, so I'm kind of beat. But let's, if this stuff's interesting to you, come hop down our Discord, hang out with other engineers, hang out with other architects and people that are doing this stuff professionally, and find out what it takes. I think anybody can do this if they want to, and anybody that's a hobbyist that enjoys this could definitely kind of build the skills to get over there and do this stuff professionally if you wanted to. So, all right, I'm not gonna. We don't have enough people to rate anybody, so I'll just go to my little end of stream. I appreciate you guys coming. Feel free to hang out this weekend. We'll be recording the new version or the Unit 7 of some of the things. So.